All right. Good morning, everybody. So, overnight on the futures, we were full time from continuity, full gas pedal to the downside all night. And you'll see below the month open, below the week open, below the day open. That's a short, and a short it was. Right down they go. Every higher high got sold off. So, pre market, since everyone's short overnight, we will be gapping down. We go to the Qs. Yesterday in Qs, we mentioned, for those of you guys in premium, we had the 3-2 day to cause the consolidation on the week to break. And we knew that would happen because once you get outside of a 3, that's when the consolidation breaks. That's how it works. So now that we're gapping down, if we zoom out, we've been consolidating on the month. Notice we've been inside month this whole time. So now we're breaking down. Notice we have this big range, consolidation, and we're opening below all of that. So anyone that's still long may want to get out. So we want to see on this gap down, do we have guys selling below that daily open? And if so, we're going to look for last month's lows, and then we'll have to see from there. But you can see this huge consolidation right there. 686.37 would break that whole thing. And that's last month's lows. If you go to the SPY, similarly, SPY reversed with the Qs yesterday, simultaneously going down. And it is going to gap, and below the month open now, anyone buying this month is in a losing position. Anyone that was buying aggressively this week is in a big losing position. And then anyone that was buying yesterday in a losing position. So as we open here, we will see the broadening formation that is playing out. We already drew it out yesterday here. The 3 goes up, then it goes down, then it goes up, and then it goes all the way back down. So we still got all this to take out. What's 738.26 down in here, right? And this would be the level 739.51. Sorry about that. It's a little loud there. Let me make sure it's turned down. Okay. Hopefully it's not too loud for you guys. If you hear loud dinging, let me know. For those on YouTube stream, I don't think you should though. So we'll be looking for SPY to complete that outside week, and it's going to be full-time from continuity. So if the day and 60 are red, big issues. And if not, we have a gap down buy. And this is all coming because of the semis. Full-time from continuity down, semis below that monthly open, causing a 2-2 month now to the downside. So all the stuff we've said has been weaker. Marvell, for example, the 2-2 monther, it's gapping down too because it's going down. You'll see we had the gap up sell Thursday in here, Friday, Monday, then we had the gap up sell Tuesday, then continuation Wednesday, continuation yesterday, continuation today. That's what full time from continuity does. So they're still puking them up. SNDK, same thing. You had that gap up sell Tuesday, and they're following through with the 2-2 month. So we still have magnitude on this stuff. Like SNDK, we got 300 points to go. You know, MU, below that, we'd have a lot further to go. So we'll be aware of that. And since they're all gappers, just being aware they are gapping into recent lows. We want to know that because it does make it a little trickier to short it at the open. And we could get gap down buys if we see profit taking on the gap. However, they're nowhere near changing any of this stuff, so we'll have to see about that. Since we have all those chips and stuff gapping, things that were momentum shooter yesterday, AMAT, you'd have inside day down signal. And if it goes gap down buy, this would be gap down buy for a rev strat. We have LRCX. You see momentum shooter day breaking down as a signal. And these are all going to be on a gap. KLAC inside day momentum shooter as a signal breaking down. And notice it's opening right into these lows, which is exhaustion risk now. TSM. See just momentum continuation, 2-2 month down, just like the rest. And then if we go to ASML. So this one actually went 2 up yesterday, so there was definitive buying in there. And it's going to be opening 3-2-2 down. It's a bigger name here, but you still have targets to actually come back through. So you'd have some targets to work with there. So a lot of momentum signals that will be breaking at the open. And then if we go to things like the data centers, DigitalOcean, the 2-2 month, the inside week down, and then momentum shooter day down, but on a gap. So we're going to have to find out. And outside of that, when the whole market's gapping down like this, if you look to the small caps, You see small caps, they bottom yesterday and they're gapping down here. So anyone that bought yesterday, they're in a losing position. And we know outside months exist because outside bars happen. So this month it's trying to go here, 277.62. If we get some selling today, that's the magnitude of it. Now we'd have to take last week's lows, but we have this big outside week in here that we'd be coming back through. So IWM also is not looking too hot. You'll see Dow Jones going green to red month. So if it's below that open on the month, that is 2-2-week reversal confirming everything we just said. So it might broaden from just the tech / semis into industrials, into other names. However, staples, the buy was yesterday because it was above the month, the week, the day open. We knew there's algorithms in there all day on staples, and they followed through into this morning. The question is, since they're gapping up into all the targets that we had, is that exhaustion risk? We see them taking profit, going gap up sell from exhaustion risk here. Or are they still buying, right? Are they still racing to put all their money in staples so they can get a return while, tech and semis doesn't really do the best here? We also saw utilities, which was firm and is not gapping down. So staples and utilities, while the whole market's down, they are not. Healthcares, they're not gapping down either while the whole market's down. If we go to financials, they're gapping down a little bit, just a tiny bit. There was some selling in financials yesterday, but really they're not opening down much at all. If we go to materials, you see they're not opening down at all. So when we go here, although it seems like a crash, it's technically not because they're still buying things. Now, if it was going to be a market crash, you would see all that stuff reverse that we just said. But it really just seems like they're all rotating their money out of the semis and tech sector, putting it in a safer place for the time being. That's what the read would be. If we go to discretionary, you'd see these guys are actually gapping down. So this would be 2-2 day back through all this. And it is still inside month, still inside week here. However, this 2-2 day is coming back through all these guys. So that could change that, or at least, it might take some more guys out there. That would be stuff like your Amazon, which you can see 3-2 day down. It's going to change the week below that, and it might change the month back to red. So anyone buying Amazon, that would be issues, right? And we're going to be making, you can see lower highs here to this, reclaiming that. And if that changes the week, we're trying to go outside week back through this big previous range here, which would be the broadening formation. So you can look at it like that, or you can look at it like this. There's your broadening formation there. That also gives you stuff like Goog, which was 3 yesterday, engulfing 3, or resolving lower, and then 2 today. Still has all this to come back through if they're going to puke them up. So Amazon, Google, if you want some hyper or very liquid names to be looking at, that would be the place to go. Semis is not the most liquid on those options, but those guys would be. That being said, the only other thing we can talk about is the energies. And yesterday we had the 2-2 day energies on our nightly video list, and we pointed that out as being something we would want to know about. You can see XLE and XOP, the 222 with full time frame continuity, and the potential for full time frame continuity up. So all those names are gapping up. And the reason that happens is because overnight the month is open. Overnight the week is open. So when you have full time frame continuity, you have higher evidence that the buying is actually going to keep going even the overnight session. So they're gapping up from those reversals yesterday. If you go XOM, you see that's gapping up nicely as well. So it's be open almost 4 points from the trigger. If you go to Oxy, did not break yesterday, I don't believe. Yeah, it's opening inside day up. So Oxy might kick into full time frame continuity with this inside day. It's not the biggest mover in the world, but CVX gapping up as well. And this is definitely just not helping the whole market, because the fact that, semis and AI stuff was going down, that's one thing. But the fact that energies are not going up, that puts downward pressure on everything, because the economy is, susceptible to the energy prices and whatnot. But it shows you the rotation, right? They're going into energies, going into staples, going into utilities, going into healthcares, financials, and getting all their money out of this tech and semis. So that's what we see. And all the names from yesterday, COP gapping up, EOG It's going to be gapping up into magnitude. MTDR. It's going to be gapping up into magnitude. So that's pretty good stuff. And outside of that, Walmart gap up and Costco, the staples. Yep. And this was from our weekend video, the Inside Week Walmart. Still got a ways to go back through this stuff. So if they're really giga, like really buying these names, you're going outside month to 123. That'd be the top of this weekly broadening formation right here. So you got all day in those staples if they're going after them. Got a lot of ways to go. You see Costco's also gapping up, so it's just your staple stuff. Now we got about 10 minutes, so we'll take a quick peek at the gappers, not just the semis, see what they're looking like. So gapping down, we'll have bearish kicker ISRG, so let's see it. You can see it was a big green day yesterday, and it's down, 10% this morning, so they're having some issues. So it's like, oh, it's going up. I bought it. I bought it Wednesday, and then I got some more Thursday. And then wham, these guys are in a losing trade. So this could be opening full time frame continuity down where the month, the week, the day, 60 groups would be sellers if the day is red. And are we back through a range? Yes, we are still coming back through a range of this stuff. So they have been lower. They have been much lower. And the big level here is the levels of reclaim. You see right around like 367.09. If we're below all that stuff, then they got further issues. So ISRG, we'll see. Be on your kicker list. Looks like it's the only kicker that I've got on my scans here. So on the gaps up, you can see it's like energy, XOP, energy, XOP, XOP, XOP. Right? And should that be surprising? Hopefully no. Because if we just look at the monthly buy list or the weekly buy list, energy, energy, drones, energy, energy, tech, energy, industrial tech, energy, right? It's like at the top of the buy list, literally the top of the list, so to speak, is energy. So that's not too surprising, I hope. Now, if we go to lists, go back to gappers here. Uh-oh. Looks like we lost it. That's okay. We can go hit the other one. The strat scanner's got a little bit of a wider universe as well. So take a quick peek there. Might have to refresh this. So shorting on a gap down is just gonna be harder. You want it to go up first. We call it corrective activity. So if we know the market's going down, like, when we're below all the opens, we know it's going down for sure. You don't want to short into new lows. You want to short back through range. So that's why we want broadening formations. Like the reason NASDAQ's down so much here is because when this went reversal day, we had this target, and everyone gets wiped out with full time frame continuity. So now that it's into the new lows, we just have to be aware of that. It's like, if it goes 60s and 30s back up, it's broadening formation back up. This is where it is. It's right here. Right? And if it doesn't, then it's still expanding lower. So once you go into new highs or new lows, we literally don't know. It's like, I don't know. It's a mystery. No one can know, actually. All you can know is if you have full time frame continuity. So if we have signals, like if we're below last month's lows, then we know we have a target here. But we're not below that yet. So like if we were going to short this, you can see it's like it goes up, and then you wait, it goes inside, and then right there, boom, 2-1-2 reversal, get in there, 2, and you take out these guys. And then we look for another 2, hopefully take this out. So like when you're shorting this into full time for continuity, it goes inside, short. And then you wait. Inside, it ticks up a little bit, goes red, right there. Short. That's a rev strat. Short. And then it goes up a little bit here, and once it starts coming back, shooter, boom, there's your short. And then shooter here, short. Then you let it go up, then short, right? You can see. So when you're trading in full time for continuity, it's that simple. But that's also why when we go, back to the Qs, it's definitely closer to taking this level out. So if we get it, it goes up on the 15 and then it goes reversal and then we short it. it's probably going to take that out. Could it also just open and then in the first 2 minutes take that out? Maybe. And that's why it's harder, because you can't just you can't just open the gap down and be like, all right, I'm just going to short everything, unless you have a place to get out. Because if you just open it and you short it, where would your stop go? It's like, well, it might be like 713 or against maybe this 701. It's like, we don't want to risk 10 points. I want to risk like 10 cents. And since we have all these gaps, we do not have to be the first one in today. And, oh, shoot. You know what? I'm actually not signed up. I don't have the gappers on my own software. What am I doing? Well, is what it is then. Can I look at Tesla? Yeah. And this is the time where if you have any tickers you're looking at, we can look at them together and I can tell you what's true about them. Tesla, you're going to see inside month, but bright red. Inside week down signal. So you still have this to take out. It's 379.30. So after the open, you still have ways to go. And that's going to be continuation. So we had reversal inside 3, 2, and then it's going to go 2 again as continuation. So where's it trying to go? Well, if it's full time frame continuity down, it's trying to make the new lows. So down here, you have this target and you have this target. Now, again, since it's gapping down, you can see the broadening formation in here. Chop them up, chop them up, chop them up, slightly lower lows. If it goes gap down and starts going green, all these shorts have to start covering. So you just want to be aware of that. But we'd prefer to see them take all that out on the downside. Wow, look at Amgen from yesterday. What a killer. As weak as chips are, NVIDIA strong? Yeah, because it's above that monthly open. Now, once that month open changes, uh-oh, that was the last chip that was above the open pretty much. So that'd be issues. Galaxy Wolf? Nope, they're not at the, they might be at the bottom, but they're not done. No, look at this. So if you look at Galaxy, 3-2. What does a 3-2 do? A 3-2 gets you out of consolidation. So we look at the quarter here. 3, where's it going? The bottom of that. At least that's where it's trying to go. 1644. It's not at the bottom of the broadening formation. You need full time frame continuity. Because notice, last time we were at the bottom of the quarterly broadening formation, it was here. Above the quarterly open at $10. Then bam, 45. And then it was here. Slight lower low to last quarter. Above that at 18. Bam, goes to 36. So is this a buy? Heck freaking no, it's not a buy. We want stuff taking last quarter's highs. What's a buy look like? It might look like Staples. Look at this. That's taking last quarter's highs. That's a buy. That's where that's going. So it might be at the lows, yes, but you're nowhere near changing any of that. Week is red, quarter, month red. Straight gap down into here. So if it's going to reverse, you don't have to be the first one in. You can wait an hour, right? Or you can even wait a day if that's going to reverse later this week. But we have no evidence to say that's reversing anytime soon. Yeah. And that's why we use multiple time frames, because you have to confirm the buying and the selling across time frames, or else you're going to miss it. So like we look at Wolf, right? Is this the bottom of the broadening formation? Heck no. The broadening formation is lower lows here, and then higher highs up in here at 29. So the bottom of it was technically it'd be way, way down here. Now we have targets on the way there. So we still have this to take out. You go to the month, 2-2 month. Did take out its magnitude, but it's still below the magnitude. So it's trying to go to the next one. And if we go in here, you can see the shorter term stuff. Took out this, but it's still full time for counting down. So we're going to blow through all those levels. The VIX is moving today. It is. It was moving yesterday too. We saw that daily breakout right here first, and then it flipped into full time for continuity overnight. Wham. And that's trying to go outside month on VIX. So VIX goes another 20%. That's what would help those indexes really get cratered today after the open. And since we still have some targets to go after, we have a minute till the markets open up. We'll see. The VIX still isn't too high, so I bet the options aren't too much. It's only hitting 20. And now that the VIX is up, just remember, every hour is a new trading day. Every hour is a new day. If I say there's a daily signal here, and then an hour later you get a new 60 signal, that might change what's happening. So every hour is a new day. We're going to be looking for those 30, 60 simultaneous breaks all Friday long. J&J. Yep, inside day. It may go into full time for continuity down. I see it. And just remember, we don't have to be the first one. There's going to be a lot of stuff we talk about at the open. So SPY, you can see what this changed. What did this change? It shows you the weekly seller, really aggressive. Monthly buyer, anyone in there, loser. So what you want to see is let it go up first and then try and hit it to take this out if it's going to. If we go to Qs, really aggressive weekly seller, yep. And then Staples, nice buy you got there, Staples. But it is gap up into exhaustion risk, right? So for all of you guys that bought yesterday, that's still good, right? It's nowhere near your entries. And yesterday we had these 15ers in here, the Hammer 15 in Staples. We had the RevStrat 30 in Staples right here. So it's nowhere near your entry, but just be aware you're hitting your target. So if it starts coming back, you want to defend that. Same with Walmart. It did hit its target, so you can see there's profit taking out the target happening. Energies are all gapped up. XOP is nice and green today. Trying to go outside month. You can see EOG nice and green today, following through right here. And we got targets to go after. That's a good thing. And we should be able to see exactly what they are doing today if we go to the simultaneous break. So it makes it pretty simple. Utes, energies, Staples, energies. And then you can see semis, bots, biotechs, uraniums, tech, all this stuff down. So buying energies and Utes, selling the rest. At least on the gaps. We'll see if that stays the same as the day goes on. You're going to have momentum hammers in the Utes, fivers that are trying to set up. So you can see like potentially Duck, SOD, Dominion. And this would be in the Utes, which are stronger. If you go energies, XOP, EOG is leading there. You go XLE, you can see, right, a little bit of profit taking on the gap up this morning. However, they're firm. Then OIH, they had a lot of inside days yesterday. So you see OIH, inside day down, while the energies gap up. So that's actually an issue. OIH, WFRD, you have the potential for Slob, SLB to go down, Halliburton. And this occurs with full time from continuity. So FTI right there, below 71.44. You're going to have these energies going down here. Now, if the energy markets are going to go higher today, this could be a RevStrat back to the upside. But to start off the morning, imagine you bought energies and your name's going down. That would not be good. SPY goes green to red, so that could be enough, right? If that's going to take out this target down in here, about 3 points lower, that could be enough right there. And you put your stop just barely above the daily open and see if that holds or not. And on SPX, your targets are 7400 or 7421 if you're looking at those. You can see SPY, bang, instantly starts going because below that daily open, they're hitting the bid. That's what they're doing. And you just want to tight stop it because if that seller's aggressive, it shouldn't come back. It should just go, right? And you know where it's going because we know outside weeks exist. So you know it's trying to go there, 739.51. And if it's below that, then it'd be trying to go to 732. But still early in the day, so we will see. If you go to the Utes, you're going to have that momentum fiver in 29 seconds, XLU. And that's going to occur with full time from continuity to the upside. So from the nightly vid, SO, right there, yes, you want to know about that because we have a 2 going 3 week. We know outside weeks occur. We have an inside day signal. We know that helps us. We'll have 5 minutes to see if that can just pop up there and then stay up. 5 minutes. And you can see Duck is already on the daily momentum hammer, but here on the fiver, already going up. So if all the Utes start going up, this should just keep going up and still trying to go outside week Duck at 130. And this is smaller movers, but they are going up. You have Staples, inside fiver, looking closer to just a red to green move on the day. Financials take yesterday's lows, so they're having some issues. Financials, ouch. Visa, MasterCard, they're still actually really firm. So profit-taking Visa, MasterCard, but not changing what's going on. SPY right here, second fiver of the day, reconfirms what you know to be true. They're selling. By going 2 down again, they're selling below the morning lows. Give us outside week SPY. You can see Q's trying to take last month's low still as well. It's just momentum. Now, if we go industrials, you can see industrials gap down buys. So it's not like they're selling everything. At least the algorithms are not being told to sell everything. They're trying to buy some industrials on the gap down. IWM, they're also trying to buy a little bit of small caps on the gap down, and it is firmer, but it's nowhere near coming back. So are these buyers correct in trying to buy this gap down or not is what we have to disseminate this morning. Financials went slightly down and coming back. So Visa, MasterCard, that's where you'd want to look. Potentially, get those to firm back up. Intraday. Energies did go down XLE. It did go down first. So you might get the 225er setting up here. Technologies went momentum shooter fiver down, 2-2 month down. So wow. Right, you can see 2-2 month up to buy it. That's when we pointed it all out for you guys in April. Now 2-2 month down, changing what you know to be true. Yikes. SMH getting destroyed, 2-2 month down. Marvell getting destroyed. So you can see they're just rotating out of semis, out of that stuff. They're buying some healthcares this morning still. From yesterday, BIIB, we mentioned that 2-2 day well after all the healthcare started going, telling us they were a buy yesterday. They're up 7% from our daily reversal for those in premium. Staples off the 2 up continuation right there. Bang. Up they go. They're still buying Staples. Costco just went red to green. Walmart, momentum fiver hammer on the weekly buy list. Yep. If you go utilities, we knew about that too with the momentum hammer. If you go to SO, there's your momentum hammer. Boom. 5 minutes you get to go just exploding to the highs. And they did. Now it's got to stay up there because if the buyer is actually buying, you want them to buy. You don't want them to come back. Financials is closer to going red to green day as well. So they're still going into healthcares. They're still going into materials. They're still going into financials, or at least they're attempting to go outside day financials with full-time firm continuity. They're still buying Staples. They're still buying the Utes. So is this market crash? No, it is not market crash, which means although this gap down looks terrible, and although they are still selling Qs and stuff, gap down by Dow Jones. Algorithms told to buy Dow Jones on the gap down. Gap down by small caps. That's something you want to know about. And we have to see if that continues to be the case. I mean, see, healthcare's just exploded. XLB materials just confirmed. Amgen, red to green move, trying to explode this morning as well. Staples exploding to the highs. While technologies just explodes into the lows. Puke. Puke, chips. Puke. Oh man, puke. SpaceX killed? Yeah. Destroyed. Nice inside week you got there, SpaceX. Below the month opened? Sell. Wow. Isn't that amazing, right? It pays to sell things into full time from continuity down. It does. Does that mean daily bias is not important anymore? Well, if I told you, hey, this stock's moving 5% every hour, and you're like, oh, what's the daily bias? It's like the daily bias is it's moving 5% every hour. Why would you want to have a daily bias if you can make 5% an hour? By the way, SPY goes 225er, so they firm up SPY. So that reconfirms down IWM as a buy. Dow Jones, that's a buy. IWM, that's reconfirmed as a buy. Why is that true? Because if SPY firmed up and IWM and Dow is already going up, the ones already going up should keep going. Energies, 222, right there on the fiver, back up, trying to go into full time from continuity. XOP already going up. EOG, or OIH is having issues still, but EOG you can see to the highs. Oxy went fivers inside up with the day up, so they're going to the highs. Tell the energies to get from yesterday's buy list. Financials on that red to green day to go outside day. Bang, starts going instantaneously as the sellers have to get out and the buyers get back in. Give us outside day Dow Jones, right? 3, gap down buy, tell the algorithms to do their thing. They're buying this month. They're buying today. They're buying right now. What does that mean? Whoever was selling the gap down this week, that was the last they had to sell on the gap down buy. Dow Jones calls up 60%, couple $100 for me right there off of a late entry on the fivers. IWM, boom, gap down buy. Nice buy you got there, IWM. SPY, boom, 225er confirms the gap down buy. There goes SPY. Anyone short here, gone. And you can see this is exactly why you don't have to be the first one in, because reversals occur, and it looks like that. And those reversals take out the highs because anyone short in here had to cover when it reversed. And now you got a broadening formation. So this is what you look for. They go down, then it goes up, and then the reversal back in the direction of the downside if we're going to go and take that out on the SPY. However, that's going to be dependent on, we still have staples going to the highs. Look at this. Staples, do you know about that? Yes. Utilities, still going to the highs. Fivers reconfirmed. So utilities are still going up. Duck, did you know about that? Yes. SO, did you know about the momentum hammer? Yes, you did. What about the energies? Those are still going up. Just went into full time from continuity up. Still going outside month and outside quarter. You see XOP leading. Financials, still going outside day. They're almost done now. So, is it more likely that they puke SPY while they buy down IWM? I'm not sure. I think it has to do with those weights, because things like SNDK and MU and NVIDIA, since they're weighted, you can see NVIDIA about to change the month, by the way. Since these guys are weighted so heavy in the indexes, maybe SPY and Qs are all down while Dow and IWM are all up. That could be the resulting factor today. Healthcares are still to the highs, plastering the highs. Get Utes, get staples, get healthcares, get financials. Yeah, even some gold they're buying this morning. Yeah. Real estates too. From yesterday's weekly inside bar signal into full time from continuity. Very good. Dow Jones just about gap filled to yesterday's lows. You see SPY, if you're trying to get the short, triangle they out. So they sell, you wait, they buy, stopping them out, and then 2-2 right back into that. That's what you're looking for, back through a range of these guys. So they're trying. If you go to Qs, obviously this is where the selling's really going on in tech, because it's about to take last month's lows with their semis. Puke, semis, puke. Look at technologies on that momentum shooter here. Gone. Gone dunzo. And if you want to see what they're really doing, it becomes really obvious. If we go in here, we just go on a 1-day basis. We go like this. What are they selling, guys? Semis, tech, Bitcoin miners, Qs, metals, uraniums, space, drones, robotics, solars, genomics. What are they buying? Dow Jones, biotechs, hacks, which is your cybersecurity, small caps, healthcares, gold, defense. So it's obviously still rotation, right? This is not, as far as we're concerned, this is not market crash. Unless we see all these leaders change their daily open, then it's market crash, and you'd know that. So we're going to keep an eye on that. Dow Jones after gap fill, second 15 of the day opens. This will either confirm or negate what we know to be true, because the buyers have to be, or the algorithms have to be told to buy or sell at certain times. So the first 15 minutes, they're like, hey, buy Dow Jones. Second 15 opens, the second that's red, those algorithms are off as far as we know. If they're green, they're coming back for more on the 2215. And that'd be a 2-2 reversal to cause an outside day in Dow Jones as an add to the open position if you're playing that gap down buy. That'd be above this, 523.19. And it should just go if those buyers are in there. And there it is. So it's got to be above that. If it's not above that, you have a potential 3, 523.18 in Dow. IWM, maybe the same thing. For now, it's inside. You can see financials, 2215 with the Dow Jones going outside day. We knew that was going to happen because all opens were green. Algorithms are told to buy. And above that daily open, you know outside bars exist. Give us the 3. Visa, MasterCard have still not come back. They're inside 15, so they're firm, but they're not coming back. You'll see JP Morgan gap down buy on the 15ers. They're kicking in the financials a little bit. Maybe Goldman Sachs here with the hammer 15 signal. So you got some of the financial banks firming up. Energy's momentum hammer 15 to the highs, so they're still up there as well. Utilities still high day. Staples still at high day for now. Technology's the inside fiver. So if technology puke is still true, this inside fiver down would be the way to get in there as momentum, which means it's got to work or else you got to get the heck out of there. Here it is, financials. Just a few pennies away. Give us the 3. 1 penny above, 56.85 is what you want. RSP is rocketing, the Invesco equal weighted. Yeah, because like we were just showing you before, they're rotating. So they're going out of the semis, which is like heavy weight in all these indexes. They're going into everything else. Industrials leading, biotech's leading, hack leading. And if we click in here, it's like hack, they're buying everything. That's something good to know about. So you can see hack ETF, this is gap down buy. They're all going outside day. Okta, all of this stuff. So you go to the 15. These are all potentially 15 reversals or 3 2s. So like right here, hack just broke. You see Okta just broke. These are all gap down buys in here. And Dow Jones leading, right? This is a good gap down buy within industrials. Really good stuff. And then what you can do is we go like this. So you take the leaders. We can go anything. Anything above their opens. But we want to go in force. And we want to go 2 up day. So you can see GE, 2-2 day right here. This is where you'd want to be a buyer in the industrials, GE. And you go Norfolk Southern, 2-2 day right here. This is where you'd want to know about it. Because on the gap down, if they're buying the gap down, anything that's not going down, they're definitely buying that stuff in those sectors. So you can see stuff like, if we go Wells Fargo. No, that was actually already there. But GE, right? Anyone that sold yesterday, 2-2 to the face, and algorithms are buying all industrials. These guys might be in trouble. Whole market gaps down. Your stock's taking out yesterday's highs. That's trouble. So if we go to the buy list, and we're actually going to list here, we're going to go buy, sell list. We're going to go to the day. We go to the daily buy list here. We turn continuations off. This is where all the losers are at. So you can see GE, and this is what materials, home builders, TAC, HPQ. It's interesting. So while all the tech goes down, that one goes up. And ideally, what we would want to see is sorry. It's not going to let me scan for it, sadly. But ideally, what we'd want to see is 2 down, 2 up. So like DuPont, 2 day going back through a range. These guys would be in trouble here. APD, we're working on it. Cuervo's in the semis. So while all the semis get killed, they're buying some Cuervo. That's notable if you're a semis guy. You see GD, Chipotle a little bit. WEC, this is in your utilities. So on the on the utilities front, all the utilities are really hitting the top or the middle of the top of the list here. The materials and then the utilities at the very top here, ATO. You see SPY. So SPY 2215, they were gap down buyer right now. And that's confirming down IBM. We already know it was a gap down buy. So for now, they sold semis, they sold some of that stuff at the open, but gap down buy, small cappers, gap down buy industrials, which includes financials. Bang, there's your outside day. Did we know about that? We did. The second fiver of the day went 2 down, 2 up to cause that to happen. And it occurred above every open we knew. Therefore, algorithms had to be involved there, and it's still going as long as it stays up. Go to healthcares, they're still at the highs too. Materials, almost at their daily targets. Utilities, fiver against. So the fivers went up, up, inside, reversal. Now, if they're going to keep going, you'd want to see them go slightly lower lows in here and then reverse back up. But we're going to have to find out about that. I can't tell you if that's going to happen or not. If we look at tech, they did firm up a little bit. So they did not go inside fiver down. They went 2 down, 2 up reversal, 2 up again. And that's going to give you inside 15 technologies. So this is equilibrium. At last month's lows, they are agreeing on price. The buyers and sellers are agreeing. So this gives you known pivots, the high of day and the low of day, the inside bar. In about 8 minutes, we'll see what they want to do with that equilibrium. On the second 30 of the day is when we'll identify what they're thinking. And not what they're thinking, but what they're doing, right? Which is more important. But all the defensive stuff, staples, real estates, Utes, they are inside 15ers at high of day. So all of the tech firmed up and all of the strong stuff went inside 15 besides your financials and healthcares. And your industrials. Look at XLI. Nice outside day there. So you'll have semis and tech inside 15s. So if we go in here, what we can also do is we can take that daily list. And what we can do is, since we know it's the daily buy list, and we want to buy, we can see how many signals we have across the day, the week, the month. And then we can also take a look and see what setups versus signals in here. So I'm going to make this a little bigger so I can have it on my other screen. So we can take that. You can see the most signals. I mean, your hack ETF name here, and then ATO, your Utes, NOC, which we mentioned right at the daily break. Oh, is it not going to let me? Yeah, here it is. So NOC, see how it goes instantly from that 2-2 day we mentioned? It's because there's losers in there. Zscaler is just going 2-2 day right here as well. Zscaler, something you'd want to know about because same thing as the NOC. You got losers in there, and they're buying all the cybersecurity ETF names, which Zscaler, I believe, is in there. All right, 15er setups. Let's see what we got. You're obviously going to have your semis and your tech inside 15ers. You're going to have your SPY T215s up. The Qs will be inside 15. Financials after hitting outside day, profit takers. So you got what you wanted. That's all you needed. Take out that outside day. Good to go. So into the next flips, your techs, your semis. Now, what we want to do is ask what we know to be true about price. What do we know is true? Well, we're at exhaustion risk. We're at the lows on the day here. So if this goes inside up, everyone is short. And right when that reverses, they got to start covering. They're already starting to cover in here since the day just went red to green. However, let's say it just goes up a little bit and then it reverses back into here to go rev strat. Well, that would occur into full time frame continuity down. So it's both, right? If this goes inside up, they could be exhaustion risk coming back through. And if it were to fail to do that, you have full time frame continuity down, everyone's a seller. Both are true at the same time. So we're going to find out in about a few minutes here. Hopefully it stays inside bar, but they are starting to rip it up a little bit more after changing that daily open. And you see healthcares are coming back. Materials are coming back a little bit. The Utes did firm back up going inside fivers, so they're holding firm. Utes. Making some higher lows for now to the morning range. Yeah, even the home builders ripped up in there today. So they, it's just a quick rotation into defensive stuff, and then tech firmed up and they stopped rotating. So let's see what they have. Let's see what they have to say about that. We're just ripping through them a little quicker. Got a few minutes until the second 30s of the day. You can see Dow Jones, slight corrective fiver, nowhere near daily open. So they're still trying to buy that, hopefully. Give us that outside day, the 3-3. XOP is still very green up at the highs. Profit taking still on the healthcares and the material sector. Technology still ripping up back up and through, reclaiming the lower lows in here. So something we want to know about. We'll have that second 30 of the day in just under 2 minutes here. So we'll have the 15 inside bar, which could cause the 30. And if that 15 reclaims, get that rev strat. Now, things that would be stronger would be if there's any inside days in financials. Should be able to rip around through in here. Or not financials, I mean technologies. So these are all inside days in here. And ideally, we want, some of the tech that's above, so like NVIDIA, right? It's above the monthly open. We'd prefer that. So NVIDIA, the inside 15. Let's see if they're still buying Adobe today. Nope. At least not right now. What about EPAM? Not so much. So we can say NVIDIA. Let's go in here. This would potentially make it a little easier here. In the biotechs, PTGX inside day up, confirming the biotech buyer. with your Dow Jones and biotechs leading the day. Cuervo in the chips, inside day up Cuervo. So if you're going to go after chips, that would be one of the stronger ones. So let's go SMH. You see 2 up, Cuervo and SWKS. If you're going to be a buyer of the semis, if you're going to buy a gap down semis, why wouldn't you just go buy the one that's going up today? That's a question you might want to think about. Now, if we go into Locket, we go to the 15, why wouldn't you just trade the inside 15 here to confirm that it's already going up? Because if all the semis reverse at the same time, these ones should just go flying, right? Because they're actually buying those ones. So that's something we can look for, SWKS and Cuervo, in just under a minute. And since we know that, we can monitor that right here. See, semis goes inside up, NVIDIA goes inside up, and that's doesn't guarantee this is going to be a bullish, or that has to stay bullish, because we know full time frame continuity could be if this goes 2 up and red. You could go rev strat. So we're going to find out just a second here. Now, I do want to add in the Dow Jones and show you in the Dow. Dow just made another high a day. I'm up a pretty penny on Dow Jones calls. I just partialed. I should be adding to it, but I did go a little bit heavier than I expected to. So I'm going to partial a slight bit of that. But Cuervo inside 15 up right there. That's a buy. Because semis reverse, Cuervo is also firmer. Now, it is currently at 84 bucks. The spreads there are kind of terrible. No other buyers. That's crazy. So I'm going to go really small in Cuervo, but maybe it explodes if the semis are actually going up. Looks like they're probably buying the stock. They're not buying the options there. SWKS is also breaking. Maybe has better spreads than Cuervo. Could QQQ go to the 700s today? Maybe. I wouldn't say it's... Well, yeah, I mean, 700, that's not far at all. I thought you meant outside day at 713. Maybe, right? Because what we want to do is we want to ask what we know is true. It's like, what do we know to be true? Qs, gap down buy, second 30 of the day, gap down buy. What's it confirming? Dow Jones gap down buy. What's it confirming? IWM gap down buy. What's it confirming? The SPY 2230 gap down buy. So what are they doing? They're buying the whole market on the gap down. It's only true for 30 minutes though. So for 30 minutes, we have every reason to believe that they're trying to do that if we're above 744.83 on SPY, right? And above any of the 30 here. So if we go in and we go to the 30s, here's all your chips right there. 100% simultaneous break in the chips that we're tracking here. But if we go to sector analysis, we can go to those in force. We go to the 30. And you can see we filter like this. So we can go 2 up on the 30s. We got 71 of 97 here. If we go 2 down, 26. So things that are going down, it would be any of these guys. Gap up sell T-Mobile, gap up sell VIX, gap up sell Materials Ball, BALL, gap up sell UVixi, gap up sell CMCSA in the communications, gap up sell Waste Management, gap up sell RSG, 2215s, all of these that I've just mentioned. So this is where they're selling. And then we go here. This will be all the stuff that they're buying, going after. And there is more things going up than down. So technically, more things going up than down, right? For 30 minutes. We'll see if that stays true or not. NVIDIA on the 15er did get to the daily open, so we want to see if we can change that and get above it. Financials, 15ers back down. Once the 3, always the 3, can't not be, which means this daily outside bar is a broadening formation, can't not be a broadening formation, has to be a broadening formation. And now they're trying to go back the other way. So if you went gap down buy, made the money, took your profit here, 2215, technically they're coming back through. Now, since we're inside 30 and we have all these levels of continuity backing us up, maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. We'll have to see. Goldman Sachs went 30s up, but does not come back up. Goes 2 up in red. These semis. So you can see semis, they went inside up, bam. What'd that just do? Anyone that was short in here, wham, just took them all out, right? It's like, oh, you want to be short? Now you're gone. But if it comes back, what are they going to do? Well, it's still a gap down today. I might get back in, right? RevStrat 15, 1, 2, 2. So those shorts might get back in and these buyers might get in trouble. If it comes back, it needs to stay up there. 550.02. But you see just how, is that 1% in less than a few minutes? Yes. And that's why when volatility increases like this, every 15 minutes matters. Every 30, every 60 matters. It's moving 2% every 15 minutes. That's really good. Most traders can't even get 2% in a day, let alone every 15 minutes, right? Materials, when triangled out, they start coming back. Utilities, RevStratting the 15ers. Then staples are actually reclaiming. So if staples go green to red day, you might see some profit-taking staples kicking in. Dow Jones is still right up at the highs. Just sitting there, which means it's not going down. IWM still gapped down by there as well. SPY still gapped down by as well. The 15ers. And you see that good morning triangle kicking in. So you can see they test the highs, test lows, test the highs, higher low, break out. And there's the biggest move of the day in the SPY. Whenever you get out of the 3, always does that. If we go to tech, you can see on the tech exactly what we said. What did we say we knew to be true? Everyone's short, and it reversed there on the 15. That's an issue. That's an issue. If everyone's short and it reversed, uh-oh. What are you going to do? I'm going to have to buy the stock. You can see semis, NVIDIA, and we said NVIDIA specifically would be a good one. Cuervo and SWKS, they are stronger, so even though they're not flying right here, we know there's a buyer in there today compared to all the sells and gaps down today. These guys did not gap down. So tell them to get. Tell them to get. Nice 2-1-2 you got there. And tell them to stay up there. Do you not use broad information when entering a trade? Impossible. Impossible. What did we tell you? We made lower lows. That's exhaustion risk. Why is that exhaustion risk? Because it's broadening formation risk. That's why. When you're going into a lower low and you reverse, that's a broadening formation. You just might not see it yet. You might not see it in here. But what we want to use our strat goggles. How do we do that? Well, we have a high, low, lower low. What's it trying to do? Higher high, right? If this works and it follows through next week and it follows through next month, that's what it would do. Now, does that mean this is guaranteed? No, not at all. Because we're not above the week and month opens. If the week was green, yeah, we'd have every reason to believe this is happening. If the month was green, we'd have no reason to think that it wouldn't be going up. But since they're red, this is profit taking of shorts, like we said. They're all short into the bottom of the broadening formation. They got to take profit there. And then NVIDIA, since it's green on the month, that's where they're in trouble. Because whoever's buying this month is going to blow those shorts out. Wham! Changes the day here at 202, flies to 205. Tell them to go. NVIDIA up 60%. Great stuff. Solana is starting to come back. You got reclaims on the day right here, bottom of the broadening formation. Solana went hammer 60 from that, back through a range. So look at this. Anyone short in here? That's interesting. Isn't it? So you can see what's the gap down? They're trying to buy the tech and semis. That is what they're doing. And you all had to wait 30 minutes to do that if you're going to do it. Dow Jones is still going, albeit, not as crazy. IWM, boom, there's your target hit. 15er, 2-2 on the gap down. Takes them out. So here's your slight higher high. Bottom of the broadening formation, top of the broadening formation. Now, since that worked, maybe they're going outside day in the small caps. We're an inside week still here, which means it's not going down this week. Therefore, it's easier for this thing to go up into 298 or 297.81, 297.81, and 298.21 would be the next big targets there. Financials, they are still coming back in. Healthcare's looks like they're starting to try and firm up. Utilities, they're still inside 30s. Staples, wham, takes them out. Green to red day. Anyone long in the staples this morning, in trouble. Anyone long yesterday, they just saw all their gains in the morning evaporate. Now it's not fully recovered the gap or reclaimed the gap. But on the second 30 of the day, the algorithms were told to sell staples at the bid. Financials still coming back in. Tech and semis, wham, up 1% in 15 minutes on XLK. That's pretty good. SMH, wham, that's up 1.5%. That's almost like a daily chart, isn't it? Tell them to get. You still got 19 minutes for this hammer 30 actionable signal to cause those shorts to get out. Cuervo, starting to break out the morning highs. It is inside day up, so this one we do have more evidence, like we said, along with your NVIDIA. Now, if we go to your ASML and whatnot, I bet those are going too, right? ASML, slight lower low, wham, coming back through. LRCX, look at that. Gap down by, coming back through. Go to AMAT, same thing. Only lasts another 4 minutes on those 15 signals, so we always want to know how many signals do we have in force. So we look in here. We had that simultaneous 15 inside break in the semis, which is really obvious. If you go to the 30s, we just look at 2 bars, so you can see exactly what they did. They sold them. The next 30 open, the flip happens, they buy them. And the flip is when those algorithms change what they're doing. So the question is, if we go to those 15s, all of these inside 15s, you can see across the board, they had inside bars and up. They're going to be done in about 4 minutes. So we want to see, do the 15s go 2 up again, confirming the 30s for another 15 minutes. And if that happens, then we have the new 60 opening 20 minutes from now. So when things happen matters. This looks really good, but we want to be aware of volatility's high. So every 15 minutes, that's going to matter. And then the new 60 in 20 minutes, that will matter too. I waited for 10 minutes, yeah. And the reason it matters is because we know broadening formations exist. So if we look at AMAT, they sell them into new lows. Then right on the flip here, off the new lows, starts going the other way. Then it goes inside up. Where's it going? New highs to take that out. It just took that out. So if they're going to sell, this is what you look for first. You let them sell, let them stop everyone out, and then you come back and sell against those buyers with the sellers again. So we just want to mind the flip of the new 15s. And then the 30-60 guys, if you're going to manage from a 30-minute position, for now, we would say you're good. If you're going to be a 30 guy, you can risk their money. Now, Staples is 2230 gap up sell still. So what this is showing us is right at the open, the first 15 minutes of the day, they went, boom, buy all the utilities, buy all the staples, buy all the healthcares, right? That's what we saw. And then we also saw on the second 30, they changed what they were doing, and on the second 15. So we want to see if that continues to be the case. Because if they go and sell all the stuff they just bought and go back into semis and tech, that would be switching what their rotation was. I mean, they're still early in the day, so we got a lot of time to figure that out. But that is kind of the rough idea. You see financials, they start recovering a bit, so they're going to still hold this inside 30, which means they're not reversing. The day is still green. Utilities are still holding the inside 30 for now as well. Dow Jones, further high of day. Dow Jones, get boy. Almost $1,000 just on Dow Jones calls today. So you can see as we get towards the end of the 15 minute, your exhaustion is starting to increase. Notice these upper wicks. This is because that 15 signal is about to end. So in 2 minutes, that buyer is exhausted for the 15-minute buyer, like whoever that was, because when things happen matters, right? You want to be aware of that. Now Dow Jones still has the 30s, semis still have all the 30 signals in force. So as long as you can hold above the morning highs, you'll have another 15 minutes to see if we can get that buyer to come back. But their Dow Jones is still leading a little bit to the tech. Should be able to hold all day. It feels like that, but we have to know what is true. The month is red, the week is red. So every 60 flip matters. Why? Because the monthly and weekly seller is really aggressive. So what happens if they come back the third hour of trading on a Friday and they decide they have more to sell? It would change the day. So we want to be aware of that. I love the gap down buy, but we have to be aware every 60 matters. Because if it's red, that daily buyer's gone. So every 60 matters. That means we're going to check back every hour today if you're a gap down buyer. We're going to have tons of inside 30s into this flip, so we can start kind of digging through those if you'd like to. So now you can see right on the new 15s, notice what just happened. Everything went inside 15. Does that change what you know to be true? Yes. Because the previous 15 was a 2, the new 15s are 1s. That matters, right? Now, if we go to the 30s, they're still 30s up, and technically there's something wrong with my aggregations here. Yeah, there it is. Still 30s up. So this 30 signal still has the rest of the 30, which is another 15 minutes. However, you can see they go 225er. So what is this? This is profit taking against that 30. So what you'd want to see is 2, 2, 2, or 2 down on the 5 minute and then 3 back to the upside. Because we want to be above that new 15-minute open, which is this 5 minutes open. Dow Jones still pounding into the highs right here. Get boy. Get boy. Anyone short this week in Dow Jones goes into a losing position here. 525.84. Give us outside day Dow Jones. We know where you're trying to go. 527.89, right? No, 527.91. So 1 penny above yesterday's highs. That's what we want. Just like those financials, if you recall, before the financials ripped back through here, 1 penny above that, and they did. Technologies, right on the new 15, you can see it's green. So that's reconfirming the 30. Slight 2 down fiver, but then it goes green, trying to go 3. That's a good thing. And we're almost on technologies, almost getting back into this range here. So that's going to be your line in the sand. Can we get above yesterday's lows / like this level at 176.36? Because if we're above that, anyone short in here just saw all of their gains evaporate and they're forced to cover, which is why you can buy the gap down, even though the month is red, even though the week is red. When that reverses, those shorts this month and this week, they are covering. And you know that for sure when that break is enforced. Healthcares, they're still selling healthcares down. Utilities, they're starting to sell more utes. Staples, destroyed. Nice 2230 and inside 15 reversal you got there. And we know utilities where that, or staples, we know where that's trying to go. That's trying to go all the way back through here. Right? So staples, we could see a huge outside day if they're willing to fully rotate back into tech and semis, which I can't confirm that is going to happen for sure, but we're going to see if that happens today. Financials will have the 3-1-30 here. Dow Jones, some slight profit taking after target. So you see they took this out and they're doing just slight profit taking off the highs. That matters because the 15 reversal magnitude was to do this broadening formation. You can see it goes down, then it goes up, gap down right here, and then it goes up and takes this out. Now, since the day is so green, you're highly unlikely to change that. So we'd prefer just, slight profit taking and see if they can get going again. You see semis on the fiver, they went tick down and then boom, there's your 3. Now, since that's a 3, that's a broadening formation. So if you go in here, you're going to see the higher high, the lower low, the higher high, and then the reversal coming off the top of it. So now there's this little broadening formation in here. They're going to battle it out. So you might want to defend on that. Or you still have technically 12 minutes on the 30. If you're just looking at the 30-minute time frame, you're still good there. And the question is, if Dow Jones is going to 528, what are those calls trading at? Because if I'm already up a couple thousand, or a little under a couple thousand, then those 528 calls are trading 37 cents. So maybe if we get a new signal in here, like a 15-minute hammer or something, they go 2 down, 2 up, maybe we can get those at like 20 cents or something cheap. Or if it does go to 528, risk a little, make a ton, some lottos. It's an option. Healthcares, they're still selling off, so it's not really going to help out. Financials still really aren't going anywhere, so it's not going to help the Dow Jones. And Staples is coming in, which is not going to help the Dow Jones. And then Utes are coming in, also doesn't really help. So it's your tech and your semis still leading so far this morning, just off the lows. And that's really all they're going after. So there's not much else we can talk about. Do I go live in our community? Yep, we are live 5 days a week. I have my partner, Sarah, and then myself. 200% on Qs. This could be 1,000% trade. If they go outside day, yeah. It's possible, right? If these buyers are willing to buy, the whole thing we're trying to do is match up really big buy orders with losing positions. So if everyone's short into this gap down and there's a big buyer in here that's got all, they want to buy all day, maybe, right? Maybe. But we're not going to find out for about 9 minutes. When that 2260 happens, if these are above this, then you have a full hour, which is probably going to close the gap. But can't confirm that has to be the case. Dow Jones, this is a second little fiver against to the downside, profit taking right there. So you can see top of the broadening formation here, shooter fiver, it's forcing these guys to take profit, the tight stop guys. And since financials are not really going anywhere, since healthcares aren't really going anywhere, we could say it's profit taking, but I don't have anything going up to help the Dow Jones anymore. I have a lot of things consolidating. If you look at semis, you got the 315er right there. If that goes 312, that might get your attention. With the tech 315er as well. NVIDIA closed the gap, so off that 15 signal, you can see it rallies 2% within less than a half hour. That's pretty good. Then some profit taking comes back in. AMD, similar stuff. AMD is still stronger. So notice AMD did not take last month's lows. So as we come into the second 60s of the day, what we can do is go to those semis. And we can go like this. Semis. Clear all this. 60-minute. We go 2 down. And we look here. Guess what? All of these would be a 2-2 reversal at the same time. That's something we look for. And if that's true, the things that are going up already, which oddly enough, I don't know why it's not showing up here. You'd think Cuervo and stuff would be there. Let me see. Oh, it's a 3 on the 60. My bad. But the thing's already going up in the semis. Right? So if we look in here, I don't know if MU's a 3. It might be. And there you can see there it is. All right. But SWKS, MPWR, Cuervo, ENTG, this shows you where the more aggressive buyer is because they're willing to pay up right at the open. They're like, wow, whole market gap's down. I'm willing to pay more than whatever the price was yesterday for these names here. So these 3s are broadening formations, and they also show aggression. And that means, if we lock this in, we get like a 5-minute, we blow this up. You can see in Cuervo, lower low, higher high. So if we were to draw that out, we'd draw right to left. We see the broadening formation here. We draw right to left, we'd see the broadening formation here. Therefore, on the second 60 of the day, if they go red, where's Cuervo going? It would go all the way back through this, changing that. Same with SWKS, right? Broadening formation all the way back through. Same with Marvell. Broadening formation all the way back through. So that could be the case. Or those 60s break as 3-2s. So we're going to keep an eye on those depending on what the semis, what they want to do. Because we don't know. I don't know what they're going to do in an hour. All I know is we can pick up on what they do. That's going to make it a lot easier for us to find out which way we want to go with it. And I'm just being quiet because there's, if there's nothing to do, I don't want to say too much. But Tech and Semis, the 315ers, if they're going to reconfirm as an ad, be there on at the high day. Dow Jones, after stopping out on the fivers, 222 back up. That's momentum. Now, I kind of would prefer bigger corrective activity here, just because we'd have more guys to work with. But it is long green bars on the day, so we'll see. You can see Dow or Semis, watch this 315. Or if that goes 3-on-2 down, that negates what we know is true for 5 minutes right there. So this is how you take profit on the 30 coming into the new 60 open. You take some profit there. Or you take all of it, depending on how you're playing it. Because as you approach the close of the 30, exhaustion increases. And this is a truth that's important to understand. We call it exhaustion by time. And the way it works is if you have, 58 minutes left, you have low exhaustion. You have time to add. You have time to hold. When you have 5 minutes left, you're high exhaustion. You want to tighten your defense. You want to start defending positions. So if that goes 5 or inside bar down, you can heighten your level of defense and just reduce there and guarantee a profit. And that goes for the 15 guys and the 30 guys. Financials, they're setting up those hammer 30s here. So if financials go inside 30s up, that would get Dow Jones ripping. That would definitely help out. We got regional banks. Are they still ripping too? Nope. Let's go Costco and Walmart. Look at cost. So cost, gap up, sell. Bam. Walmart, gap up, and you see sold them down. Notice the inside 15 on the second 30 of the day right there. Risk 9 pennies, make $2. It's pretty good. Home builders all came back too. So we got a few minutes. Let's dive in here and take a look at we're going to take a look at all the major ETF names. So you can see if you look at SPY, Qs, IWM, Dow Jones, right? Gap down buy for sure. That's exactly what we see. Now we got to see that confirmed. 2-2 reversal SPY, 2-2 reversal Qs, 3-2 IWM and Dow Jones. If not, you're going to go inside bars, start chopping people up. This gap down buy is paired with potential gap up sell Staples, Utilities, Energies. If that kicks in, this gap down buy should go outside day. And that might sound crazy, but if they start rotating out of all this defensive stuff back into tech, which has been holding up the market, that's what we would see. Now, I can't confirm that has to happen. We have to see what the next flip has. And it does look like Dow Jones. You can see they tried to go up, but something's going on here. Because we know the daily buyer is more aggressive. When that broke, it should have just went. So that has to be that weekly seller is coming in here after hitting our targets. So that's something we want to remember. So I'm just going to reduce some of my position as we go into the new 60 since exhaustion is higher on Dow Jones. And by doing that, I guarantee a profit on the day. And then if it is going to go, I can always get back in. So I'm okay with that. And I heavily reduced. So I'll have energies inside 30, and that's what I wanted to do. Sorry. Let's see. So inside 30s, I'll have energies, materials, utilities to cause the 60s down, XOP energies, discretionary, healthcares, home builders. So you can see tons of inside bars here. And we go 60s, materials, or oops, not 60s. What am I doing? Let's see. We go 2 down 30s. Do we have any of those? So you can see communication staples are already going down. So if the market weakens up at all, these guys are already going down. And then we already know the 2's up here. But if we look at 2's up, metals and mining, the data centers, uraniums, they all have shooters. Drones, they all have shooters. So these guys could all go easily shooters back down. That could turn into some bigger issues. since those guys are already full time from continuity down. So we're going to mine the flip. Here it is, right on the flip. Notice what they do? Right there, it's red. That's profit taking. Someone hit the bid right when the new 60 opened up. Now, I don't know if that's big institutional seller or if that's just like profit taking from the retail guys, but that's what we see initially. It's nowhere near going down, but it also has not reversed yet. We have to realize that as well. This is still a downtrend. Lower highs, lower lows. The buyers were just more aggressive. So you go to Qs, inside 15, inside 30, inside 60. And the SPYs can be similar. See Dow Jones, slight 3-2 down fiver, so there's a little baby broadening formation in here. So maybe that broadening formation can change what's going on there. Now, what I don't want to do is get you guys into a ton of inside 60s. So when SPY's inside doji like that, Q's is inside, do nothing. Right? Do nothing. It's doing nothing. You do nothing. So if you have any questions or anything you want to discuss for the short time being, while these are inside, we can spend some time doing that instead of trying to jump into these consolidations. The other thing we'll see is Staples firmed up. You can see it's going up. It was red, so there's people selling here, but it's going up still. And then it goes inside. So it's interesting because we see the same thing on semis and tech, where the semis was going up or was going down, even though the buyer was aggressive. Now it's 15 or back down. So this is the weekly, monthly seller right there. So I'll mention that 15er for 15 minutes if you're going to try and short, but be aware you're inside 60. So this is more likely to fail. So we'll see, but it's interesting to see on that flip. And that's the only thing I'm only going to mention that. And this is that exact example of what I was talking about before. Look at, it might feel like it's a big gap down buy, like it's going to go all day, but that monthly and weekly seller right here, they're now there on the 60. They're not here today, but they're there, which is why you can try and take that for 15 minutes. So hopefully that makes sense. We go to IWM, inside 15 down, same thing. So you can see on the flip, that's how you can time that with SPY on the flip. So you want stuff taking the 30s out. So if you go to Marvell, you want this below 184.25 Marvell. You'd want to short that. And you want the 30s down because you want stuff that's reversing a bigger group. So it's like if SPY and Qs go a little weak, we want the one that's weaker. So if we go in here, if we go SMH just for example, we go 2 down on the 30s. See QCOM, MPWR, these ones would have to be weaker because SPY and Qs haven't done that yet. Qs is still inside. So if you're going to do that, we'd prefer those ones ideally. But it's still more risky just because you're really aggressively trading that inside bar. While we see that, financials are closer to breaking the 30 signal. They're already an outside day. That was weird. Kind of flickered. So they're already an outside day. They already did their magnitudes, but we'll see. Ideally, we want 60s. So let's go and take a look at the simultaneous breaks on the 60s and see what we got to start off. So you can see on a 60 basis, we have like 2 things in financials, 2 things in energies, 2 things here. So it's like there's not much going on. If you're on a 30 basis, you have some OIH. This is going into full time frame continuity down. So OIH, HP, Liberty, NBR, OII. These are all 30 reversals. RIG, smaller cap or smaller stock. But OIH, we talked about those inside days earlier today. This is a simultaneous break taking those down. You can see robotics stuff. There's a little bit of weakness there. And financials has a little strength. So there's definitely still some selling going on. But on a 60 basis, there's not too much to talk about. You got PHM in the home builders, Lennar in the home builders, DHI in the home builders breaking. this is definitely an option. PHM. The spreads here are normally really bad. But if we go in there, shooter 60 pivot machine gun, still inside weak, so it's coming off the top of that. Trying to go outside day. So you can see they're already starting to kind of slip through that. I'm not going to touch it just because spreads a little late to the break, but you see Dow Jones, they're 15ers down, so they tried to bring them up. They're not unable to. Now, Dow Jones, they are still nowhere near. Notice the day is bright green. So it's like all day. If I bought it down here, which I did, it was actually a little bit later than that. I don't have to get out of that stuff. I did reduce it, but I would like to add to that position again because I have all day to do that. And they're nowhere near taking me out. Whoever this seller is, they'd have to take it all the way to 519. So I want to see if they can set up again. Materials, they're closer to inside 30s down. Staples, RevStrat Fiverr trying to cause the 60 down in Staples. So that's your Walmart, your Costco's. That could have some issues. You see Costco, that'd be gap up, sell, 2260 pivot machine gun style through these guys. And on Lotto Friday, those Costco options, they're probably not pricing in that full outside day. Not saying it has to become the full outside day, but if it was going to, I bet it's not. It's being priced in. We go to semis. They went 225 or up, so reclaiming the 3 here. They went inside down, reversal back into the 3. So it's trying to take out both sides of this, back at high day. They are still inside 60 semis, so it's still a chop fest if they can't take the morning high out here. So we still got a lot of inside stuff. So if I entered the 2 up, 2 down, 15 short, I move my stop loss to break even now. In here, so if you're on a shooter 15, it should break and just go instantly. The second it starts coming back, just get out. Because now that's 225er to cause the 60 up. So that fiver works. We go 60s back up. And this is why we don't like trading the inside 60. It's really aggressive to trade inside 60. We prefer to trade a 2, which is a trend. So let's see all the semis all together now. To start the 60 off, they went slightly lower, which might be the low of the 60, and then setting up hammers across the board on the 15. So if they created that, you know, they still have like 6 minutes to do that, so we're going to have to find out. But if they did create hammers, we could cause the 60s with hammer 15s. Right now, this is all 225ers kicking in for like 2 minutes. But you can see Costco. So it might be like sell Staples, go and buy tack. That's kind of what it's starting to look like with those 60s about to kick in. Cuervo, still one of the stronger ones above yesterday's highs, which shows you they're willing to pay up more than they were yesterday. Stronger or relative strength. IWM firm back up on the fivers as well. SPY as well. Still a lot of inside 60s. So we want those 60s to break. Because what we want to pick up on is those algorithms. And if those algorithms aren't willing to pay above the morning highs, they're not aggressively taking the offer. We want them to be forced to aggressively buy in there. Utilities just go shooter 60 down, still an inside weak, so XLU, changing what you know is true. SO, closer to 60 down, so they're closer to just taking them out. They're nowhere near outside days utilities yet. Dow Jones, you can see still coming back in. So they're still selling off the Dow Jones on the flip. The 60 is red, so that buyer is gone as far as we know. Amazon takes the 60 up. Let's see. 2260, gap down buy. Yeah. Full time frame continuity. Yep, that's something you look for. So you can see, what are they doing? Algorithms tell them to buy Amazon due to above the morning highs. And they're doing it by taking the offer. So they're aggressively buying Amazon on the second hour of the day. Something we'd want to know about. So if it's above that, you've got reason to believe 248.92. If they're above that, you have reason to believe that should be trying to come back through this. You got the 3, and you have the full time frame continuity. And it's above that month open, unlike the indexes. You can see Qs right here, 2260. So the algorithms were told, buy, take the offer, do it in Qs above the morning highs. Now the question is, how much do they have to buy? Do they only have like the last final piece? You know, it's like just a little bit more. Or do they have like a lot more coming back through here? I can't confirm that for sure. All I can tell you is we want the ones like Amazon that are above all the opens. Because if it's above every open, those algorithms are for sure buying. And you got people that are short in here. So it's going to start causing people's stops to go off. Energies, inside 30s down to cause the 60s down. Energies, so gap up sell energies. Starting to kick off. XOP goes inside 30 down to cause the day to change. Healthcares go inside 30 down as well. With the Utes. So what are they doing? They're selling off some of the defensive stuff. What are they going to do? Hopefully rotate their money into tech, semis, Amazon, that type of stuff. And we'll see if that's the case. What I would like to do, and this is something not for this scanner, we're going to go to the other one, this one. So what we can do is we can go and we can see where the algorithm's buying in the second hour of the day as a reversal. It'd be 2 down, 2 up with full time frame continuity true. And I got to make sure I'm not just in technology. So 2 down, 2 up in force with full time frame continuity. Here's your list. Amazon, Groupon. So a little bit of cyclicals. That's the only thing we can pick up on. And you see how specific that is, right? So Groupon, they're buying this month, they're buying this week, they're buying today. And then we have the 60s that broke up, but they're not in force. So it's not true right now. Versus Amazon, that is in force. So you have Amazon, but that's it. You can see Dow Jones. This is why we said, like, on the inside 60, we just prefer not to touch it. Because look at, this bar moved 7 points. This bar has moved 70 cents. It's like, they're doing nothing. Why would we want to trade that? Now, if it's a 2, you get a 2 and you might get a 3. So it's actually going to do something. You got a lot of inside 60s. Tons. If we look at the Utes, they became a 2 on the 60s to the downside, but they start to reclaim that since we know outside bars exist. What do we know is true? Well, this month is a 2. It's green. The week is green. If this goes 2-2-15, you'd be trying to go outside through this. So maybe things like SO and Duck set up again with inside 15 signals. We'll see. Or at least a 2. But you see semis are still inside. Qs does become a 2. Tech is still inside. SPY inside. Dow inside. IWM inside. So, meh. Look for on the scanner. We look for reversals with full time from continuity. So on the second hour of the day, we look for 2 2s with full time from continuity. So it'd be 2 down, 2 up. In force with full time for continuity, that would be a buy list on the 60-minute. So if we go to like pod right now, we can see even though the market's consolidating, there's some buyers this month. They're buying this week, 2 down, but they're buying today. And then we had the 2260 here. The problem is that might have been all they had. Right? It's like they buy in here, it goes up 1%. That could have been it. Because we don't have evidence across the whole market, it's hard to say. It's either it's true above this 164.39 or it's false. So like Amazon, right? This is true still. 248.92, still true. I like this one because it's a mega cap or mega cap. And they tend to like to put their money there. So we go to Dow Jones, first 15 of the 60, you can see they sell it all the way down. Still hasn't changed anything. Anyone long in the morning, they have stops down here, they don't have to get out. Like, imagine if you bought at 5/19/61. Are you worried about that? Nope. So is everyone else. So unless we can start really coming back through this range, we're nowhere near taking that out. Now that it is technically 2, 2, 2 on the 30. So if it's below that, that could maybe cause further issues, but they're just nowhere near taking this out. You can see Qs on the 3. So they had the 3 on the 5 minute, the 1, then slight higher high, slight lower low. Slight higher high, what are they doing? Price discovery. They're discovering new prices because the buyers and sellers are both aggressive at these prices. So you can see high, low, new high, slight higher high, lower low, higher high. Where's it going? Lower low. So it's getting bigger like this. So you'd want to have that on your chart if you're trading intraday. Amazon's still up at the highs while the market's kind of floundering around. I'm up 50% on Amazon calls just from that 2260. Isn't that wild? And the reason is because those algorithms are willing to pay up. So the options go up faster, stops start going off, all the good stuff. And if we look now in the semis, you can see we got like nothing going on. Almost everything's a 1. Almost everything. So we go back to what we know to be true on the 60s. Biotechs, there's a little bit more buying there, so we can pick up on that. And we know that for sure because they're paying above the morning highs. So they definitely are buying that. But that's kind of it on the 60s. That's kind of it. Outside of that, there's like nothing. So you can see it's kind of a mess here. On the downside, you got GoDaddy, CTSH in the TAC, VRSN in the TAC, ACN in the TAC. So this is stuff you could be shorting. CTSH, you got a nice broadening formation here down to 42.68. It's 44.50. Maybe GoDaddy kicks in as well with VRSN. They're coming back through a range. So you got some selling in technology names. And that's while the tech is in the semis consolidate. So we can pick up on what we would say is like natural buyers or sellers, but it's not everyone. We said the same thing about the home builders, right? PHM, Pool, Lowe's is in there, Lennar is in there, DHI is in there. So there's some selling going on there, but it's not everyone. We want the whole market going. Or the whole sector at least, right? Dow Jones, after that 15er down, you can see it exhausted by time right there. Slight lower low, and now the broadening formation is a little bigger. So this is that bigger stopping them out, triangle layout, and then potentially come back through this range of guys who have stops in here. Still inside 60, so they're still chopping them up as far as we're concerned, but they did stop some guys out, so maybe they're able to change that. Costco, inside 15 down to cause the 60 down. Costco. Spreads are not the best, so it's more of a lotto play. But if that works, you got long red bars. They tend to get longer and redder. Staples, simultaneous break with Costco, which means you can widen the stop up on those on the Staples shorts side of things. And if we want to, we can go to Staples 15-minute, and we should be able to pick that out and see what's going on right here. Bang, there it is. MKC, ADM, GIS, Colgate, Costco right there, Hurl, Pepsi. So what are the algorithms doing in Staples? Sell, hit the bid, do it in Staples, do it right now on the 15. Go to communications, you can see they're doing similar stuff. So bad news there. Bad news for them. So if we look at the most 2s and 2s going 3, we can see on the downside, we have a lot more 2s. So tactically, the market's going down at this point because price must trade in the direction of the most 2s. And if we wanted to get a statistical number on that, we can look in here and we go to the 60, and you can see 23% of SPY is downtrend, 23% of the NASDAQ is downtrend. Leading the upside is healthcare is uptrending. So that's, notable. If we load that up, you'll see all these healthcares are 2s up on the 60s. So there's definitely some buying going on there. And a lot of these names just aren't on my list in my personal database that I've got here. but you can see it picks up the biotechs, which helps us understand that that's going on. But then on the downside, utilities, technically the most down. However, they're green here. And then tech going up. So you can see, what are they doing? Sell all this stuff, but sell specific names in this stuff, which is what their algorithms are doing. And then buy a little bit of healthcare, a little bit of tech. That's what they're told to do. Costco, boom, low a day. Puke. So now we take out the low day. That's a seller hitting the bid. What we want to see is, are they willing to keep doing that back through all this stuff? We have a magnitude to take out. 939.16. We have a magnitude to become an outside day. It's still an inside week, which makes it easier for that to happen. Now, this definitely depends on if they're going to go into the tech and semis or not, because if they're going to rotate out of the staples, they have to put that money somewhere. So if this is just profit taking and they're still, selling tech and semis and they're still buying staples, it may not work out, but we'll see. Dow Jones, let's see. Didn't get the 3-2, so they stopped them out in here. 3-2 down, still going down. Still an inside bar on the 60. Amazon 225er, so you can see they did poke up in here and then 2-2 reversal, taking some profit. Technically, it's still above the open on all these time frames, including the 60, but that could change. So it's either true or it's false. So if we go in here, in force right now, on the 2-2 reversals to the upside, there's 37 names. So the whole market gap's down today, 37 names reverse. Is that going to reverse the whole SPY? No, it can't. You'd need like 300 names, right? And that's because if we go in here, how many names went down? How many names went down this morning that aren't reversing? 364 names. How many went down this morning that are still going down? 45 names. So how would that change, right? We have 90 names reversing up technically, but in force, which means like where the actual buying's happening, there's only 26 and it's going lower. So right now we're still not seeing, on the second 60 of the day, we're still not seeing them buy anymore. They bought the first hour and that was it. The flip comes in, those algorithms turn off and they still haven't changed that. Which means there was some specific buying in Amazon, but since the whole market's not recovering, it's going to be much more difficult to make that actually fully get up there. For us, we'll see. They're buying it for a reason. But this is how you can know what's happening. It's like, is it a gap down buy? Should we get all of our money in the indexes? Well, nope. Nothing reversed. At least nothing major. Now, they're still buying some stuff like Cuervo, interestingly. Energies, after taking out the morning lows, they still haven't gone anywhere. So if you take out a level and you don't go anywhere, either the sellers aren't that aggressive, right? They only had a little bit to sell down here, or someone's sitting on the bid here, and they might be able to recover that. So we'll see. So far, they haven't done much, but they did reverse in the energies there. Financials still inside 60. Healthcare still inside 60. Materials still inside 60. Utilities still haven't really done much. Real estates, they're still full time from continuity up. So they're buying real estates while the market's flat just a little bit. Tech and semi still inside 60s. Industrial still inside 60s. So not too much to write home about yet. Meta below the gap now. Yeah, nice inside day down. Puker through the triangle here. 2 going 3 week. It's still got a magnitude at 577. So while the market's trying to firm up, Meta is not. That for sure is something you'd like to know. Plus you have this outside day here. Reclaim of that. So if you're below 633, let's just say 633, that's a problem because we know gauging magnitude is trying to go to 579. Big issue. Especially if the whole market goes inside 60 down in an hour, right? What if SPY goes inside and then 2 down continuation? Meta would probably get destroyed. So you can pick up on a little bit of weakness in Meta. That's true. Google inside. Microsoft still 2 down. So with Meta, Microsoft 2 day. And we always ask, what could that create, negate, or do? Well, we have slight higher highs here. If that 2 day works, it's going to negate the week. Because the week is green, it would change. If that works, that might negate the month. How far below that would that be? It'd be down here. Wait. 379. Yeah, so if that works, that could change the month. So that's another thing to know about. If the market weakens up with Meta, you got Microsoft hitting the lows again. Good pointing out by Chuck. Your brain says, don't trust your brain. Don't trust your thoughts. But I agree with you. I think it kind of looks like the same thing. Evidence, yeah, right? Costco, after taking the lows out, didn't really go anywhere. Dow Jones starting to recover here. So you can see slight lower lows in here. Did they change the day? No. So whoever that seller was, boom, 2-2 reversal against him. Stops him out. Now, we'd still need that buyer to come back and be willing to pay up. But question is, who's going up? Well, healthcare's rev stratting the 30 a little bit, still has full time frame continuity. That would make the Dow Jones go outside day. Be like your J&J, maybe. What about Goldman Sachs and stuff? Yep, financials, look at this. Although Goldman Sachs, most traders would look at this and say, wow, that looks terrible. Right? Like, look at this. It's like, wow, this looks terrible. Look at this daily. Wow, it looks terrible. It's above the month. It's above the week, above the day opens. So technically, you have no sellers left in here. There's no one left to sell. So in the financials, that might help things out with your Goldman Sachs if that can break, which would get your Dow Jones going again, potentially. Is trading strat like a science experiment? Yep. Because it's always, what do you know to be true? And then it's, how much evidence do you have? So it's like, I want to buy the gap down on SPY. It's like, all right, what do we know to be true? SPY is a doji month, 2 going 3 week to the downside with a target. It's a 2 down day. Price must trade in the direction of the most 2s and 2s going 3s. So technically, 2 going 3 week down, 2 down day, it's technically going down. So gap down buy, we would have to have a 2 up. Do we have a 2 up right now? We don't. So it can't be going up because right now it's not. It's actually going down right now. The 15 is still true. If you're one of those 15er guys, it's 2 down, 2 down. If you go to Qs, 3 2 down right there. That's a problem because 3s, when they break, that's how things can really fall apart whenever you get out of 3. So you can see the broadening formation. We pointed it out on the 1 minute before. Tie is a high, tie to low, try to high, try to low right here. If they can break through that level, that'd be the support. That would change the day, and that would go back to low a day in Qs. If they can't, this is the slight lower low to go back to high a day. So we'll see what that wants to do. Off of that, we still see on the second 60 of the day, there's just no buyer. All these inside bars. Now what this might mean is back into the, you can see utilities. If you go SO, inside 15 that we said would set up, right there. Into the month, into the week, changing the day potentially. Into duck, the 2215 right here, into the direction of the month and the week. So back into utilities, they bottom up here in the morning at 129. If they're back here to buy, they might do that again and pay up at 129. So a little bit more defensive posturing as the market weakens just a little more on those new 15s. We have a new 30 opening right now. So we're going to see what they want to do with those 30s. You can see SPY goes inside 30 signal. So either side of that can get your attention. Since it's an inside hour, just want to be aware that if it breaks and fails, it's more likely to go outside bar. So we'll see, but you got inside there. Qs would be a 2230 signal. IWM is inside 30. Financials is double inside. So on the 30s, you want to see where those simultaneous breaks end up being, if anywhere. And right away, we go to OIH names. I believe this was already from the previous 30, but all those OIH names we mentioned on those 30s, they did start kicking in. So you got a lot of those OIHers puking. If we go to semis, you can see potential inside 30 simultaneous break across all the semis. Intel's already breaking down. AVGO broke down. SMH broke down, or is about to break down, potentially. MU, ADI, ARM, Marvell. These are all inside 30s back in the direction of full time frame continuity. So this is problems. Problems for the buyers. Now the question is, are they weak enough? Are they willing to sell? They willing to sell Marvell at low a day again or not? It's not if, it's are they willing? Because they just started selling down. You can see utilities, RevStrat 30-minute right there. So that's kicking back into the full time frame continuity potentially. Staples firms back up. So you can see Costco, they tried the 60s down, didn't go anywhere. So it didn't work. It was supposed to go right away. They go RevStrat 15 up. They're timing the bottom right there. And they're trying to go the other way. At least for the time being. We'll see. The problem is when we're inside 60 like this, it's like you can trade the 30s. It's just, if it doesn't work, it's going to go outside bar. Because the broadening formation always restarts when you go inside of a previous range. So you can think of it kind of like, we go to the 1 minute. That inside 30 is this. It's this broadening formation right here. So if they're going to puke, what you have to do is you have to poke out the bottom of this. It needs to be resistance, and they need to keep going and stay out of it. If not, 2-2 reversal and outside bars exist, which means these guys get in trouble. So you have to stay down. And that's true for every signal, by the way. But especially when you're inside of a previous range. If we go to energies, you see the 60s did start to follow through now, so they're selling off some energies. XOP, 60s down, they're falling through there as well. So we look at the 30s right now. Market must trade in the direction of most 2s and 2s going 3. They're selling off all the XOP right here on the 60. They're selling off all the OIH, which we already knew about from the previous 30s, right? And potentially, yeah, here it is. So you can see AR, CHRD is almost taking them down. COP is taking them down. EQT is taking them down. DVN. And notice these 2260s took an hour to set up. All this, MGY, MTDR, MUR, OXY. They all took an hour to set up, which is why you can wait an hour. You don't have to be the first one in. Because we know 2-2 reversal like this, PR, where's it going? It's trying to go back to 1928. Now, it's not the biggest name, but MGY, 2-2 there, where's it going? It's trying to go back to 26, 27. Right? OXY reverses at 54, trying to go to 53. So all these broadening formations are trying to resolve lower at the same time, which is high evidence. We go to the semis. Technically, you have that simultaneous inside 30 down. Notice every semi they hit the bid besides AMD, ASML, AMAT, LRCX. So we go in here. These guys are still inside bar. So there's still some firmness. And again, with these inside 60s, these could easily go 3. So we'll see. But whoever that morning seller was, they're coming into energies, a little bit of semis. If we go to the 60 basis, XOP is the place to be looking. Communications and energies. And the reason we do that, or we want to look at those 60s, is because these are the ones actually going somewhere. They take the first hour of the day and they're breaking out of it. which means the sellers are willing to sell lower prices than the first hour. So if you want something that's going an outside day, you've got to take the 60 out. So we can just look for that, have more evidence. Versus if you look at a 15 right now, if you look at a 15 breaking, it's like ALNT broke down. Is it anywhere near the low a day? No. So it's not going to take the 60 out, at least not to the downside, because there's nowhere near doing it. So this is why when you're trading, if you're trading an inside bar, you're getting destroyed. Versus when you get the big 60s kicking in. So we'll keep an eye on that. And what I'm going to do, I need to add a thing where I can just like copy. Let's see. Use that VWAP. Let's go to the NASDAQ and see what that looks like. Look at the NASDAQ this morning. They buy them up, sell them down, exhaustion risk, buy them up, stop them all out, and then they're coming back right in the middle of the range. So when I look at this, I still see a broadening formation. So it's still possible. We go 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, take them all out down here. But we are just right smack dab in the middle right now. So it's got to start kicking through that. Dow Jones still holding its little broadening support right here. You see healthcare's RevStrat 30 starting to kick in a little bit. Utilities, not really holding that. Staples are still just kind of sitting there doing nothing. Bitcoin, all the Solana stuff, that reversed the 60s back down, so you got momentum. You see shooter, counter, hammer, 2, 2, 2. So the way you can think of it is you have a range. They stop everyone out down here, stop everyone out up here, and trap the guys short down here and then blow their stops out. Trap the guys long up here, trying to blow their stops out down here again. So it's the broadening formation. 2 down, 2 up, 2 down. All these chips are still just nowhere near taking out those morning lows. At this point, healthcare says full time for continuity. It's starting to kick in just a tiny bit, but a lot of inside 60 still over there. I don't think they're saving this shit on a Friday. Yeah. Well, in 20 minutes, these inside 60s finally will create themselves. Now, the question, though, is like, even if the 60 breaks, we're still nowhere near taking the morning low out. So are they going to be enough? We're going to have to find out. And if we go to those simultaneous setups intraday, you can see, notice, this is why the market's kind of flat. Inside, 100% of these inside. Bitcoin miners, almost 100%. Uranium's almost 100% inside. It's like, what is this telling you? Consolidation, 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 all the way down the list. So it's like, what's setting up? Breakouts, yeah. But it takes an hour to set up. And that's why it's been kind of a mess. Or at least a little bit more tricky. So you're going to see whenever you have this, they reverse more often. So it's like it goes inside, down, 2-2 up, inside, back down, then back inside, then back down again, then down, but it starts coming up. It's reversing more often, which also means you're getting broadening formations, slight lower lows. And if that reverses more often, then it might reverse back through this stuff, which it could be problems on the short side of things because of those inside 60s. Home builders still below the morning lows at this point, or at least right at them. So we go to Marvell. They broke the 30s down. Did it stay down? No. 225er reclaim, broadening formations exist. So inside 60, it's trying to come back through these guys. Now, is that likely? Well, the month is bright red, the week's bright red, the day's a doji. Maybe, maybe not. And this is the problem with inside bars is I have no idea. When they're consolidating, it's every 5 minutes things are changing or confirming versus every 60 minutes, which is much easier. In about 20 minutes, you'll have the new 60s opening up. I mean, see Marvell, they try to come back in, but they're acting as resistance. That's a good thing. They're going to get those 30s starting to get a little redder. See what these are looking like on the simultaneous breaks. So right now, you can see there's just so many twos down. Look at this. Semis, OIH, materials, XOP, TAN, bots, tech, energies, Dow Jones, WGMI, airlines, uraniums, home builders, financials. Tons. Ugh. You see financials, they're coming back in a bit. Not going to be helping the Dow Jones at all. And Dow Jones starting to lose that little broadening support that it did have in here. You know what I can't believe is that quantums, they're buying look at QUBT this morning. Bye. They must have been gap down buying their shorts back, because I cannot imagine anyone saw this morning and was like, wow, semis and everything, it's all gapping down. Guess what I want to buy? Quantum computing. There's no way. Does the strat use liquidity concepts? The strat is the concepts. There's nothing that is true under the sun besides the strat. So when you say liquidity concepts, you're talking about the universal truths that the strat's known for decades. So if you're trying to say, like, let's just say you're talking about this. I like to trade liquidity sweeps. So what is that? Liquidity sweep is reclaim, levels of reclaim. This has been taught by the strat and Rob, who discovered the strat, since the beginning of time. It's never changed. So this is not liquidity concepts. This is broadening formation concepts. And that's part of the reason you're selling your winners way too soon, more than likely. It's because you don't know this is true. When you reclaim one side of the range, you're trying to take the other side out, which is the third truth. Price discovery is broadening formations. So what it means is price goes like this. It makes a higher high, then it reverses, makes a lower low. Higher high, lower low, higher high, lower low. And it does this over and over. And we know this is true because when you make an outside bar, this is a broadening formation. And we know that because if we take that same outside bar, we go down here, you're going to see the broadening formation. It starts here. Higher highs, lower lows, higher highs, lower lows, higher highs, big lower low. And then you'll see they restarted one in here. Higher high, lower low, higher high, lower low, higher high. There it is. There's the big one. And that's true. Walk it on a real chart. Find an outside month. Inside the month, you're going to see the higher highs and lower lows. And this is why you can choose your trading scale. A monthly broadening formation is multi-month trades. A weekly is just a shorter term swing trade. A daily is intraday. So when we look at broadening formations, they're drawn objectively right to left, and they allow you to gauge magnitude. So the idea that price will take out a level and then go the other way, that's a broadening formation idea. And the way that we use this is when you are inside of a previous range, we anticipate that this happens since we know it happens. So when price takes one side of a range, but then starts coming back through, and there is full time frame continuity, which is algorithmic buying going in your favor, a 3 is going to happen for sure. Which means when it takes this low out and starts coming back above this open here, it's for sure going up there, as long as this is green. Therefore, the failed breakout of any range increases the probability of testing the other side, especially when an actionable signal triggers the initial reversal. So what does it look like? It looks like this. You get an inside week at the top of the range. We have levels of reclaim right here at 75.04 and 73.41. If that week goes inside bar down as a reversal, you have a broadening formation, which means we're going to target the other side with that signal on the week. Where's it going? Down there. Why would it do that? It would do that because of crowded positions, which we'll take a look at in a sec. But you can see when that breaks down, that's the first entry. And then you get a 3. That's a broadening formation here, making a lower high to all this stuff. So then it goes 3, 2. That reverses back in the direction of that higher time frame. And then it keeps going, keeps going. And then you'll see they go slight 2 up and then 2 back down. Bam. And by the end of it, this signal and this signal and this signal cause the broadening formation here, which is a larger time frame outside bar. So why would that happen, though, would be the question. And I actually don't. Yeah, so it happens by like this. When you're at the bottom of the range, and actually I have a better, let's see if I can find it. Double check what the market's doing. We still got time, so we're good. But the reason it happens is due to crowded positions. Every higher high is where late buyers or very aggressive buyers crowd in, longs that are taking into the new highs. And every lower low is where the late sellers crowd in. The other thing that's happening at the extremes is at the higher highs, all the shorts are getting blown out. And at the lower lows, all the guys who were buying before are getting blown out. So when you go up into the highs like this, all the guys who are short, they're buying into the highs. Everyone that wants to buy into the highs, they're buying into the highs. And eventually, it's a crowded position. Everyone has to take profit. And you have short sellers piling in there. And then it takes out the lows. Everyone that was long before, they have to get out. And then everyone that wanted to sell and bet on it going down, they're short. So then it reverses by profit taking. Everyone's forced to buy. And then it goes the other way. So it's crowding at both sides of the range. So what you'll see is on, Lamb, for example. And this is maybe not the best example because it's a little bit illiquid here. But let's just go to SPY today. What did they do this morning, SPY? They tried to buy at the highs. Then everyone piles in short. Then they reverse, profit taking. Boom, blows out everyone that has stops here. Then comes all the way back in, stops out everyone that's long, and everyone gets short. Then it reverses here, 741.25. Boom, all the way back through the range. And then it breaks out of the range. When that breakout happens, now the buyer's winning. Anyone short in here has to buy as it rips up in here. And then eventually everyone's long here, and it's going to restart. So you'll see higher high, lower low, higher high. And then inside, so slight lower low, slight higher high, then the big lower low here. So eventually it will restart, and then it will just get bigger over time. And you can see how this is a mess because of that inside 60 minute. And the reason it might look like there's no broadening formation here is because we're zoomed out. We go like this. What the heck? There it is. You're going to see them. They're on a fractal basis. So this 3 is broadening right there. So it goes up, then goes the other way. Down, then it goes the other way. And then it goes down again. Then it goes the other way. Then it goes up. Then it goes the other way. Then it goes down. Then it goes the other way. So you're going to see when it's really tight like this, we go to the inside 60. This is when it restarts over and over and over. And that's why we call it a chop shop. You get chopped up, destroyed. Because even though it is down from the open, right, you can trade this. And we pointed out how you could trade that. The 2215 there. The second that kicked in, that monthly, that weekly seller was here, right there. And we saw that on the Qs, right? So we go into Qs. The month is red, the week's red. The second that 60 goes red, it's trying to kick in here. So you can do that, but whenever you're inside, you're going to continually restart them over and over and over, and they get really tiny. And we don't want tiny ones. We want the big ones. So how do we identify them? We identify them by the 3. So look at this. 3 goes down. Everyone's short. Right here, it starts coming back above this open. Wham, goes right to the top of the 3. Everyone's long. Comes back right below this open. Wham, right back to the bottom. Everyone's short. All right, New York open. Wham, right back to the top. And then everyone's long. All right. Then it comes in, and then it chops them up. Gets stuck right in the middle. So it's not taking this out. It's not taking this out right now. Just chopping them. But the way we identify it is with a 3. And we can also look for what we would consider compound 3. Because 3s are a truth of price. It's one of the 3 things that happen. So we look in here. Any reversal that hits its target, reclaiming the low to take the high out, is a 3. So whenever you see a reversal that hits its target, it's a 3. Which means this reversal, it went down. Then when it 2 up, these 2 bars are a 3. You go on the 2-hour chart, there it is, 3. So you can see every single move ever can be simplified to the 3 scenarios. So when we go and look at the 3 scenarios, we have to know this is true. A 1 is consolidation. It's going both ways, right? Like this. It's going both ways, stopping people out. And then a 2 is a trend, taking one side of the range, the high or the low. And if a 2 fails, if it starts coming back in like that, it's about to become 3. And then once a 3 happens, it can't be anything else. It has to stay 3. So that means price is going to consolidate, then it's going to trend, and then when it rejects the trend, it becomes a broadening formation. And then once it's a broadening formation, there's nothing else it can do. So technically, the broadening formation is the final state of every price discovery in the world. Turns into a 3, eventually. Now, that doesn't mean you don't get trends, right? These would be, if you look in here, the lower lows in this, there's your broadening formation. You have the higher highs here. So when higher highs, reclaim, wham, lower lows, comes back in, wham, back to the higher highs. And then it trends up with smaller triangles, smaller broadening formations. And then it gets bigger. This is the beginning of the year. Notice where it restarts. 3. If we zoom it in. 3 right here. Then it goes up. Everyone's long. Then it goes back down. Everyone's short. Then it tries to go back up, fails to make the new high. Starts over. 3. Then it goes down. Everyone's short. Then it comes back up. Tries to make the new high. Didn't work. Then it goes lower lows. 2 down. 2 up. This is a compound 3. These 2 bars are a 3. Then it goes up, everyone's long, then it goes down. These 2 bars are a 3. Then it goes down, everyone's short, then it goes up. Right here, fails to make the new high, but you have a compound 3 here. Then it comes back in right here the next week, wham, right back through all these guys, all their stops. And then you'll see it goes inside and it restarts. Lower low, then higher highs, and then et cetera, et cetera. So with the new 60 coming in about a minute, this inside bar is restarting price discovery. It was going back and forth in here. Now, overall, the trend was down because the weekly seller is more aggressive with that 60 seller. However, you'll see they go up a little right here, then they reject. Wham. Then here, down, and then 3. Then they go down, and then inside, and then they go 3. Then they go down, but then they come back, and then they go 3. So they're just going a lot of 3s in here, a lot of small broadening formations. In about 5 minutes, this can break down, and that would confirm the 3 that's about to happen on the week. If you know it's going to go 3, you can use the inside bar to try and make that happen. So that's something we can look for. If this 60 works, the day goes red, anyone long in here, they've got to get out. And that's my alert going off that these signals are setting up. So let's go take a look. So we look in here, simultaneous inside. We have space, genomics, market indicators with your VIXI and UVXY, your bonds. All the gold, precious metal stuff. All the solars. All the drones. All the robotics. Now, why does this matter? Like if we go look at this, what's going on? Let's go to drones, for example. See how it's inside bar, right? Everything's inside bar. So we look in here, every single one of these is a 1. And if we, make it a little bigger for you, every single one of these is a 1. Why does that matter? It matters because if we can get them all to break, which eventually they have to, you have every single piece of this ETF going in the same direction, which means the ETF is about to move big. If you sell the whole ETF moves. It's kind of how, simple enough, right? Now, I want to see here quick. Now, when we look at that, what we can then think, or what we can then know, is this. So a 1, eventually, it will eventually become a 2. So if you close as a 1, you form equilibrium, which just means they agreed on price. It's not going anywhere. So neither side took out the prior bar's extremes. It must at least attempt to break, which always it resolves. So once a 1 happens, eventually it has to break. It could take many bars, it could take multiple, or it could take 1 bar. But eventually it has to. And if it doesn't, the market has to delist. The market would have to stop trading. So eventually it has to go 2. And you can have continuation, you can have reversal. Or continuation up or down, actually. Or you can have reversal, which would have been an example here. If we go to the one thing you want to understand with 1s, it'd be the mother bar problem. The mother bar is the bar the inside bar is inside of. The mother bar, when that bar is large, price gets trapped. Price discovery restarts within it. A series of failed breaks and rev strats is known as a compound 1. So look at this. 1 goes down, doesn't go anywhere. New bar opens, goes up, doesn't go anywhere after going up. Then it reverses here, changes color, goes down, doesn't go anywhere. This is a mother bar. The mother bar high, the mother bar low, this is the broadening formation restarting in there. So, we want to avoid the inside setup when it's nowhere near taking it. We also want to make sure when we're doing inside bars, we prefer to align it with really aggressive buyers or sellers. So like today, SPY's up, a couple points. So if it breaks inside up, it would be up almost 1% on the day when that breaks. That's a pretty aggressive buyer paired with that inside bar for a continuation to the upside. If it goes inside down, the week's down about 1%. So we at least have that if this breaks down to have that seller help us out. Versus, if we go to, let's just say healthcares, right? The green week, the green month, the day, the green day. When that 60 breaks, everyone's a buyer, which means the price discovery in here, anyone that's shorting this, anyone that's got their stops against this stuff, you have algorithms going through their stops. So if the market firms up, we want to get those inside 60s with full time frame continuity. If it doesn't, we'd want to go and hit the chips like Marvell, which would cause full time frame continuity down below their daily opens right here. So we can just play both ways. Whichever way ends up playing out, we'll be good to go. Hi, Alex. Hi, how are you doing? And you'll see the tech is inside 60, so that we have a 2 coming. It's going to be a trend. Semis is inside. Then SPY is inside. Dow is inside, right? Dow Jones, remember that one? Long green bar on the day. Pair that inside bar with it, and it should explode when that breaks. That's something we look for. And we look for it because if you don't have really aggressive buyers or sellers paired with your inside bar, what's going to happen is it'll break, go a few pennies, and then just comes back in, doesn't do anything. But if you have a really aggressive buyer, it breaks, it might go a few dollars and then start coming back. All right, so here it is. And since the whole market, pretty much went inside 60, we definitely want to find out. Oops. Sorry, we're zoomed out a little bit. But we definitely want to see where that next break is going to be, to the upside or downside. And if there's no break, right, it might just take a little longer than we would prefer. But you can see right on the flip, instantly, SPY green. What are the algorithms doing? Buy, take the offer, do it in SPY as a RevStrat 30, right there. Qs, RevStrat, or 2-2 hammer 30. Dow Jones, hammer 30. That's a buy. Right, simultaneous break to the upside. Now it's got to stay up there, right? But they all broke besides small cap IWM. You have tech and you have semis breaking as well. And they're still inside 60. So the same thing we said before does apply, where it is riskier to trade during that inside 60. It's more aggressive. We'd like to see that 60 break. If we're actually going to see the market try and get to ripping, right, we have to take out high a day here at 176.04. Hit the scans. And you can see if we look at right now what all these problems are. Financials, right? Mother bar problems. Look at this. Inside. Then it goes down. Did they take out low a day? No. So then it comes back in, inside here, stuck inside the mother bar. So that has to break this, or else it's like the market's going sideways in there. And that's pieces of your Dow Jones. So if you go staples, this one would be 222, which is a momentum setup. It goes 2 up. Then they hit the bid, 2 down. Then we get a 2 up above that, maybe. For now, we don't have too much to say about the 60s yet, which are the major signals we're looking for. Home builders, they're still selling on the third 60 of the day here. So home builders. Got a little bit of that seller still present. So you can see if we look at the most twos, which is the direction the market must trade in, for now to start off in the 60s, we have more twos to the downside, albeit, not that much. If we just look at the count here, twos up, we got 88, twos down, we got 84. So it's kind of, even here as far as we're concerned, which means consolidation, right? If they're evened out. Qs is hammer 30s in force for now. Marvell is a rev strat. So you got some rev strats on the 30s. NVIDIA, rev strat 30, stronger in the semis. So if we look at the 30s, we can see semis, uraniums. So these are all the stuff that were puking earlier, right? Some of them firm up. So we go in there, you can see like AMD. And this is all places where the shorts are just being forced to cover. AMD, ASML, Marvell, NVIDIA, KLAC. And then the rest of these are all inside bars still. So still have yet to, force the short covering there. Dow Jones on the 30s, they're not breaking those 60s. So unable to make it happen. I still like it if we can break those 60s. But for now, nada. Energies, still 15ers down. Energies, XLE, XOP. All of them went 222.15 to the downside. Materials went inside 60 down from the top of their broadening formation. We can see Qs, so they go 2 up to start off, but they're still inside 60. So on the second fiver of the 60 here, if that goes 2-2 down, what would that do? That would cause an outside 30, which would break the 60 inside down. So that could change what's going on in the second fiver of the 60. For now, they're inside. Semis, maybe. They're inside fiver still as well. And then financials are a little bit weaker still. So you can see there's just only some buying in the mega names on the semis, but not too much to talk about yet. If we look at industrials, there definitely is some selling going on there. So these guys are, for now, all 30s down. If you go to the 60s, they're leading the 60s down in industrials, which is not going to help the Dow Jones, which is your industrial average, right? So GD inside 60 down, Dove, DOV, CSX, ITW, Lockheed Martin, closer to taking the morning low out. So we'll have to see if that's stopping those guys out in industrials and they try and firm up or nah. We don't see financials really firming up at all. You see silver and junior miners and silver miners, gold miners. Those are all a little closer to being gap down buys today on the 60s. Technologies, CDNS, SNPS firms up just a little bit on the gap down. As 2-2 reversals, 2-2 back up. This is like, the best we can get as far as we can say, like, what are they doing? They're selling industrials, they're selling some financials, selling home builders, healthcare's discretionary. They're selling some staples, some materials to start off the new 60s, and then they're trying to buy some gold. That's an interesting one, right? Gold's already an outside day, so they did fully recover the gap down, which means they were willing to pay up gold above yesterday's highs on this gap down, which is definitely, noteworthy since that's much stronger than the indexes. NVIDIA went inside 60 up. It did. Semis, they're still 30s in force, so you can see they're still buying a little bit of those semis. So you see SMH now. Notice how much evidence do you have now? You got every single one of them breaking, besides maybe like 5. So we go in here, boom, buy, and they all go. So that's something that we see rotating into some semis, or short covering in semis would probably be more specific. And then also some of the robotic stuff. But all those ones that we saw break initially, those were the firmer ones to start off, and then it started to trigger the other ones to break. So you go to QQQ and see that hammer 30. They're still holding on to that. Dow Jones still pretty flat. And then SPY is also with the Qs working, but it's mostly that semi sector. You can see by time and price, it's like semis, robotics. Those are the two biggest leaders right now, and then industrials, financials selling off. So it's a little bit of the opposite what they did this morning, because they bought these industrials, financials this morning, and they sold this stuff. So they're doing the opposite. And they're doing that while buying all the gold miners and gold on the gap down. That's pretty good to know about. I'm not sure how the spreads are in those miners today. Spreads are terrible in JNUG, that's for sure. On the 60s, semis is just under gold now, trying to lead. So you'll see inside up AMAT, inside up NVIDIA, inside up AMD, inside up ASML, inside up ENTG back through previous range. LRCX inside up back through previous range. So if we take a look at these dailies, ENTG, LRCX, these are all at reclaim levels. AMD, broadening formation. So that's something you'd like to know about. If you look at that daily AMD right here, you got nice big broadening formation. And it's firmer relative to, other parts of the semis. It's not all of them. So I can't confirm they're buying everything in semis, but they're buying some. And you can see some of them fired. We need them in force. So kind of like gold. See how they're all in force here? That's what we're looking for. So you can see those semis on the 30s. A lot of the ones that fired in here, they're already giving them back a little bit. So we'll have to see. They still seem a little bit timid, right? They don't really want to just completely send them, because they're only buying some of them. They're like, okay, semis is kind of firm. I don't know if I trust it. Maybe I'll just buy a little bit of NVIDIA and see. And that's kind of what it seems like here at this point. And if we look at financials, it broke down, yeah. Still nowhere near taking this out. So it's not like they're fully getting out of financials. They're still selling the gap up on the Utes. Why do use CFDs instead of futures? They're the same thing. Really doesn't matter. Like the fact that NASDAQ didn't even go 2 down. I mean, if you're using the front contract, maybe it did. Hughes didn't go 2 down month. So I prefer to go for the ETFs, the RTH session. But that's me. You can do whatever you want. The strat's the strat. You can't make the strat not work, besides not trusting what it says is true. MNQ did? No, my MNQ is still inside. If you're like, I'm using the continuous contract. I don't think it accounts for dividends on the futures. With B adjust on? I don't know if I have that on. I don't even remember where to turn that on or off. Let's see. Wait. Gotta switch to the futures. Yeah, but normally isn't like a little button? Bottom right by time? My toolbar. Oh, duh. Thanks. Oh, it only changes it for that chart, so let me go like this. Yeah. We'll turn it on just for you. It doesn't, the thing is it doesn't make a difference really in the analysis, because it's always based on what's true. And, when we're looking at indexes during New York session, we look at the New York session. We're looking at QQQ, because we want to know whoever sold yesterday, what are they doing? Because if you sold yesterday during New York Open hits, what do? Well, it's a gap down. You might want to close your short because you're in a huge gain. Most traders do that. Now, if you gap down buy, there's other people following you in there trying to buy it, which is why we saw, on the second 30 of the day or second 15 of the day, right when that starts coming back in here, this is all the short covering. But the gosh, you see Q's is inside again. SPY's double inside now. Dow's double. So for now, they're still not breaking it. IDBM broke down slightly, but materials are down just a bit. Home builders still at the lows. So you'll see Lennar, the 3-2 shooter here. Bang, right? Hitting the puker. Full time from continuity about to kick in there. PHM, almost trying to kick him in. Not quite yet. So do I do breakdowns here? No, we speak in what we know is true. And based on what we know is true, you can place your positions, place your bets. So like on the second 30 of the day, what we knew was true on QQQ, when that went inside, right there, you could hit it and it would go instantly. Because anyone that was short in here, they had to cover. And we said that before it happened, goes instantly. Easy little win. Now, if it was going to fully recover in the morning, it would have done that. It just didn't, since we had that second 60 open. Now, what we're waiting for is the next simultaneous break when all the algorithms kick in and get the whole market moving. So we're kind of, things slowed down a bit, and we're speaking out what's true. And we do that because not everyone's doing the same thing. You come in today and you're like, I want to go gap down buy in the semis. Okay. And then another guy comes in, he's like, I want to play the staples and utilities. Two different things. So we have to communicate. And the way we communicate is via what is true about price. Can you have many twos make a compound three? Yes. So think of it this way. So if we go to SPY. So look at this outside 15. You see this? That is 15 1-minute bars as one outside bar to that. So if we draw right to left, here it is. Dink, dink. So it became 2. Once it reclaimed, you knew it was going to become a 3. Wham. And then, if you go to a 1-minute, you would say, so you can see this. Slight lower low. And this was actually, let's see, when did the 15 open? When did it close? Yeah, so here it is. So the 15 opened here. Lower lows. Tried to come back in. And since we're inside 60, this is going to be a chop fest. But you can see this slight higher highs. Fails to make the lows. Then slight higher highs. Wham. There's your slight, penny lower low. Reversal right there. Wham. All the way back through. There it is. All of these bars from this low of this 2 down. Then the 2-2 reversal. Goes 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. Every one of these bars is now a broadening formation to this, all of this stuff. So right to left, you could draw it like this. And you'd say, this is an outside bar to everything here. And that matters because the bigger it gets, the more likely it is to then work once we start reclaiming it. So like when we reclaim last week's highs, look at it goes up 16 pennies. Once it comes back in, wham, right? 15 points the other way. So the bigger this week's range is, the more powerful that move can be because it has a bigger target. So if you go to like If you look at ARK on the month, right? This is a monthly range right here. Goes up. The second it comes back below 82, bam, drops 10 points. IV Decay Party. Yeah, I mean, for now, they're chopping them up. They're still double inside stuck. So many twos becoming a 3, that's the whole point of the strat. Because the strat is this. If we, let's just go here. So if we go to any outside year, you're going to see exactly how to trade them. And for some reason, we're actually not showing the outside years. Why is that? We just had a database that was migrated, so that might be doing it. Oh, here, setup. Duh. So we go to any of these outside years, you're going to see exactly how they happened. And we could go to, I don't even know these names, but let's go to this one, ACIW. Since 3s happen, you want to find the biggest time frame you can and play it. And you'll know exactly how it happens. So look at this, 3. What did it do? Lower low to last year's low, reclaim, where's it going? Way up there. So if you were to be a market investor, what you'd want to do is take this rough idea and say, well, when price reclaims this low, I know it's going up there. So the only question then is, why are you looking at this one versus another one? And based on, timing, based on themes in the market we see, we can change what we're looking at. But how did that outside year happen then? Well, the first quarter went down. There it is, 2 down. The second quarter went 2 up. That's a 2 down, 2 up quarter to cause the outside year. Because when this second quarter of the year reversed, it's going outside year. That's exactly what it's trying to do. And it does. So that's how you can think of it. So whenever you get an outside bar, you know that's happening. If we go to if we go to the monthly on MU, you'll see the month here. So when this outside month happens, you know that's a broadening formation. It already happened. It went up, reclaim. Where's it going? Down there. Down there it went. So when you go in here on the week, you see a 3. It goes up. Once it starts coming back, where's it going? Bottom of the 3, right there. Then it goes down. Once it starts coming back, where's it going? Back up there. And when it does that, it doesn't reverse. So it's reversal to buy it, hold it, get more, and then this is the first reversal against. So that was a 87% move. If we go to the semis, inside 60 up, finally breaks semis. Technologies, close to breaking. Qs, close to getting that up as well. The hammer 30, you still have 6 minutes left until exhaustion, so they're still going. If you go to SPY, 2230, they're still working on it. You got 6 minutes left. Then Dow Jones, they're still selling them off a little bit. IWM still selling them off. So it's just the tech and semis that they're trying to buy right now. And you see that semi-rev strat, they're going after it. And if we go back to those 60s, semis is now leading the upside as a simultaneous break where algorithms are told to buy, take the offer. So you can see AMD leading, right? We already knew that. And we already told you that. KLAC. You have NVIDIA leading. ASML. ENTG, we mentioned that a good few times. So LRCX, same stuff. MPWR is now breaking. So their algorithms are told, buy, take the offer, do it in semis, do it on the 3rd hour of trading on a Friday. That's what they're doing. The question only becomes, how much do they have to buy? Right up in here. Like we said on AMD, it's stronger, which is why you'd want to go after that one on the 60 break. And it's already up almost 1% off the 60s there, and up much more off the 30s. And since we know outside bars exist, where's it trying to go? Outside day at 520. How long is it trying to do that for? 35 more minutes. Just like we just discussed. So you say, Alex, why does it sound like you're commentating? Because we're commentating, so you guys can go and do it yourself. You see utilities, 2-2 on the gap up, 2 down again. They're still selling utilities. So could you have sold that when we told you utilities was coming back in and made money? Yes. Same difference. We go to gold and silver. Silver miners. Did we tell you that was breaking? That we had buying going on there on the gap down? Yes, we did. It was right here. Could you have made money if you bought it there and it just goes instantly? Yes. That's why we're commentating. It might sound like we're not saying much, but if you know the strat, you have infinite opportunities to try and get in there and make a winning trade. And then if they really get going, like if AMD really gets going, it's going outside day. You know exactly where it's going. You got 23 points or 26 points to go. And if it doesn't work, so be it. Let's go find one that is working, right? So by price and time, these are your shorts, these are your buys. And if we go to your sector analysis, we can hit those 60s, go to the semis, percent from the open. We can look at who's going up. You can see KLAX up the most with AMAT with AMD. So we pointed out AMD specifically earlier. So fourth one on the list. Then all these guys had the same exact signal. So you could technically, all of them are going. That's what we look for. Because once you get them all going, you're going to have one of the playbooks going in for you. And I don't know if we actually have it. I might have to add it to the list there. We'll add it later. I'm not even encouraging independence. I'm encouraging you, join a group that understands what is happening. And it doesn't even have to be ours. There's other groups. Because if you understand every semi just went inside 60 up, and we picked up on the strongest ones first, you know exactly what's going on. And if you know what's going on, you don't have to be afraid to go trade. Like we said today, every hour is going to be like a new trading day. True. Now, those inside 60s were pretty rough if you're trying to trade them, but you'll see SPY's about to break the inside 30 up. That's something or inside 60 up. Something you want to know about. And you see Q's off the hammer 30, 2, 2, 2, bang. Takes them all out. IWM setting up the hammer 30. Dow Jones is still a 2 up. Industrials starts hammering back to go RevStrat 30s up. Industrials is stronger than the rest of semis and whatnot. So that's something worth knowing. Financials is firm for now inside 15s. So we definitely could still see these industrials and stuff go. If they're really serious about going to buy the semis, I doubt we're going to see them move as much as semis do. Because semis would be going at least 581. That's 20 points. So worth knowing. You got 30 minutes left on the semis. So on the second 30 here, they will either confirm or negate what we knew was true. The RevStrat 30 occurred on that third 60 of the day open, which caused the inside 60 to break. And now, since we're at high day, everyone today is long. But if that buyer has more to buy, we'd like to see them just go 2 and keep going. We're also right at yesterday's lows, so you could say we gap filled. What's important is, do we reclaim yesterday's lows? Because if we reclaim that, then it's go time, right? AMD already did that, which is why it's stronger here. Look at going back through a range of guys who are short. Anyone short AMD the past couple days, they're covering. So let's see if they keep doing that. Here it is, opening in just under a minute. I'm not sure if Sarah is tuned in today, as far as your question's concerned. But I don't know, you sound very... So you only do breakdowns here. No. We told you the semis were breaking when they all broke. What is it? It's algorithmic buying. If you understand the strat, which we've made it very easy. If we go to docs, you understand how to trade that and where the stops go. Simultaneous breaks, you buy it. You have the full hour. So we still have 30 minutes on it. They did hit their first targets here, taking this out. But we still have 30 minutes if they want to keep buying. So on the second 30s here, if they could go 2 again, still good. Get to go and get more or hold. and you know where it's going. It's trying to go outside day. Semis does go 2 up again, so they're reconfirming that. So that buying that occurred here on the 3rd hour of the day, breaking those equilibriums, goes 2 up again. They're still buying it. So to answer your question, like one of the things we look for is simultaneous break. So next time when we're talking about it, you can understand what we're seeking out intraday. Let's see. I'm going to have to log in. Forgot about that. But let's see it. You can see semis, they did go 2, but we want to be aware if that doesn't stay 2, there might be some profit taking. So for anyone playing off the 60s, 30s, that 30 rev strat signal's gone. It exhausted by time. And now there's some slight profit taking at high day, but it's nowhere near reversal. So it's profit taking as far as where we understand. You're going to have to give me a second on this. Now, while we see some of the semis going up, they're still selling healthcare's inside 60 down. Materials are still inside 60 down, back through previous range. Energies, they're inside 60, so energies actually firmed up a little bit, with OIH still double inside 60, so a little bit stuck in there. Real estates take out the morning lows. Staples, you can see, are starting to still gap up and sell, with the Costco still trying to go outside day in here. With Walmart still trying to go outside day in Walmart. So you can see on the second 30, with that 30 exhausting, there is some profit taking going on Qs at high a day with the semis. SPY is not taking out high a day, so we still are mother bar problems. These 2 bars are still inside of here on SPY. They go back to right in the middle at the 60 open, so that could change what the 60 is doing. Let's see as we gain evidence here. If we look, still selling Utes, selling staples, selling healthcare, selling financials. We have a lot of things going down. The only things that went 2s up were those bots / semis. A little bit of some of the guys that were really puking, gapping down this morning. Oops. Now, if we can get new signals, we would be able to try and get that 60 going. We still have 25 minutes until the 60 signals exhaust in semis. However, if they go 3-2-5ers down for 5 minutes, they'd be trying to reclaim that. So we have this 3 here, which is that tiny little baby broadening formation. We'd want to see that form the higher low within this to try and give us another high on the 60 basis. DRAM, let's see. I mean, with the gappers today, yeah. Memory ETF. Look at this. Every 30 minutes is going 4%. 2230, 4%. 2230 down didn't work. 2230, another 3%. And this one actually completed the outside day, so it's a little bit more firm than the semi ETF. So after those 30s went into the highs, tech still 2 up in red. So it's still trending up. It's just profit taking. Same with semis. SPY's a little bit more weak because they have, if we look at the SPY, the Utes, staples, discretionary, industrials, financials, all of this stuff is within the SPY. So you have a lot of twos that are down in the SPY, even though SPY is a 2 up. And since price trades in the direction of the most twos, if we're going to just count them, we definitely have way more twos on the downside, even though semis and tech firmed up a little bit. I don't trade option, or don't have time to trade options, but I would imagine the premiums have to be stupid. Let's see. I mean, it probably doesn't move that much. 50 to 54 in one day is not that much. But I bet it does price in a good chunk of it. So we go on SPY, the 60, they go 2, but then they change continuity. So what is this? It's a 2 going 3. We're still mother bar to this here on the day, stuck inside of that morning 60. We can see the 325er is trying to come back through these during the mother bar. Staples still at the lows. Utility still at the lows. While semis pulls back a very little bit, AMD's still pretty much just sitting right up there with a slight 2 down fiber. Costco and Walmart still have a lot of distance on those outside days. Mostly Costco has more distance than Walmart, but there is a lot. So you see Qs, after making those higher highs, they started to reclaim them a little bit. So levels of reclaim, if they're below that, they're attempting to go to the other side. So if they're going to try and firm it back up, still green on the day, we'd need to see like a 3-2-2-5er to get that 60 following through. Right now, SPY is still 2 up in red, still mother bar issues, so they're chopping them up a little bit more in here. And we have the most 2s down. If we go Dow Jones, it's closer to inside down. However, you got mother bar problems, Dow Jones too. So it's going to be a grind in there. And then IWM is 2 down, but it's green. So it's conflicted. You got Q's 2 up, but green. IWM 2 down, but green. SPY 2 up, but green. And then Dow is just inside. AMD is setting up the RevStrat 5er if they're going to try and keep ripping through. We see healthcare is just about changing that daily open green to red off the inside 60 down. So they're definitely still selling some healthcares there. So you can see off those 60 breaks, all of these 60s are still true on the semis altogether. We show you 3 bars. Simple enough. Which includes all the bots robotics ETFs. And then on the opposite side, it's all those staples. AMD, 325er rev strats to the highs. I believe, I should be good to go now. So you can see semis, the 3-2-2, so the slight lower low to the 3, back in the direction of that 60 simultaneous break, completing that broadening formation again. And then Qs, 3, 2 down, 2 up, so it's trying to get back up there as well. Still gap down buy in force with the tech. You got 20 more minutes on these 60s, so you want them as many 2s up on the 5s as you can get. Because once that 60 closes in about 20 minutes, those simultaneous breaks are complete, at least on a signal basis. We're going to have no 60 signal. So when we look at this, it's a gap down buy for 18 minutes more. And we're still right at yesterday's lows on the semis. Utilities just closed its gap. The premiums alone on any, yeah. Well, I wouldn't doubt it. I bet it's priced in where it moves like. I bet those options at the money are probably like $3 or $4. I didn't check, but see. Oh, I mean the 0 DTEs aren't too bad. 50 cents and 80 cents. The stronger semis we mentioned earlier, like Cuervo, they're still climbing their way back with the inside day up, and I believe SWKS as well. And you can see, unlike the other semis which gap down, these were inside day up, so they had to be stronger, although they're not the biggest movers in the world. Technologies, we have some of these guys coming back as well. So, let's see, is it Telerutide? Forget the full name of that one, but TEL. Oracle, Western Digi, so some of just the big high flyers, keys. Uranium's doing the same, so it's kind of like just the AI trade stuff. Tech, uraniums, data centers, semis, all simultaneous break at the same time. So what that shows you is that it initially started with semis and bots, but then it's widening to those data centers and to some of those drone guys, which helps, right? The more evidence we have, the more reason we have to believe it should follow through. So if that's true and it's widening, we have still about 15 minutes on these 60 inside bar signals, which broke. So you can see AMD, they're up a couple percent there. The whole ETF semis with the inside bar, they're up about 1% at yesterday's lows. The bigger move would be if we can start reclaiming, that 566, 565, 564, 565, 566, all of these lows in here, because then we can go and give those outside days. We got long green bars, so we got no reason to think that they can't go outside if they can stay that way. They're still selling off the staples, 2 going 3 day. Costco did hit its 60 target on the 322, taking this out. And we have all of these pivots in here down and left. 921. See Walmart, they hit their 60 targets as well, but they're still coming back in. We can get Cuervo, Cuervo, Jose Cuervo. We can get him above the weekly open. That would be I think the only semi that's actually above the week open. Let's take a quick peek. Oh no, we got MPWR, ASML, and then Cuervo would be a close second. So you can see MPWR and ASML. Did they get going? They should be a little bit stronger. I'm not seeing them. Yeah, so they're at the top of the list. MPWR is up there. And ASML, I'm actually surprised it's not further up. Yeah, no, pretty nice mover in there. The Qs are still firm, just right at the highs, and you can see the fiber broadening formation now starting to take a little bit more shape, so you can see it a little bit clearer here. They're just sitting right up there for now. Utilities, another low day with the staples, another low day. Costco, Walmart making lows on the day still. SPY with the simultaneous 60 up with NASDAQ. They're starting to recover and try and re-break that 60. They don't have much time left. But with a simultaneous break, what we want to understand is they tend to follow through. So when we look at this, semis, bots, tech, uranium, space stuff, drones, when you get them all going like this, we want to see if that buyer comes back, because what we're picking up on and what we're talking about is algorithms. So we want to see, are those algorithms still on, or do they turn them off right on the flip? Kind of like if you look at materials. They buy the first hour, comes back. Then right when this opens up, the algorithms were turned on to sell or just turned off in general. Right, so they sell, come back the next hour, they're selling more. And then if they come back and they sell more, right, it'd be taking all this stuff out, they'd have issues. So if we go to the AMD, right, they bought the first hour, then the second hour turned them off. Then the third hour, turned them back on. It's exactly what happened. And that happened across every semi at the same time. So do they have more to buy is the question. And the reason that's important to understand is because that's true of 75% of market volume is algorithms. So while we wait for the last 10 minutes of the flip, just see where these guys close out. Let's just take a quick peek at that. Start here. So the way a huge fund executes trades is they do their analysis, decide what they're going to buy in the size. So let's say 2.4 million shares of a stock. Send it to their execution desk, and then the execution desk sets up an algorithm that's going to fill that order. And it's going to do it with child orders, very small orders spread out. So you're going to see it spread out over the course of days, weeks, months, hours, multiple 15-minute bars. Whatever, how big their order is, that's what it's going to be spread out over a period of time. And they do it because if you know someone's going to buy millions of shares, you're just going to go buy before them, and then you're going to make money. So they don't want you to know. But they can't hide it because they still have to buy the shares. So what this means for us is we're never going to try and see what their order is, try and figure out why or how much they have to buy. But we want to read what they're forced to do. Because if you have to buy millions of shares, you're forced to buy those shares because you tell the algorithm, or a person tells the algorithm, we have to buy these shares and we need to do it by next week, Friday. It's like, okay, we have until next week, Friday. How are we going to buy the shares? We're going to try We're going to try to buy them patiently, right? We're going to try and buy them like this. But if the stock starts running and I have to buy millions of shares by Friday, we're going to have to buy this urgently, right? We're going to be forced to start taking the offer because we have stock that we need to buy. And as it goes up, our average fill gets worse. Because they also would prefer to get the stock, if we look at this, by the end of the day, the average fill price here is about 50 bucks. By the end of the day, the average fill here is 50 bucks and 30 cents. If you're buying a million shares, that's a lot of money. Tons of money. So they want every penny. They want very good fills. But they can't get them when we get full time frame continuity or when we get simultaneous breaks. Because what we see on the semis is they sold for an hour or they sat here and did nothing for an hour. Right when the new bar opens, that's when those algorithms were told, buy semis, do it today, do it aggressively, urgently by taking the offer. And then anyone that was short in here with stops against the morning highs, those were the guys that helped speed it up, at least try and break the highs out. Now, once they've done that though, you can see they turn them on right here. This is 10:30. This was that open. They turn them on, buy. Once they take out the highs, they might be done buying. So when this goes inside down, we have 10 minutes left on the 60. Exhaustion risk is high because we're getting towards the end of this break. So you can see it broke. It ripped 1% right off the break. That's good. But then there's some profit taking going on. And since the week and month is red, we're still in conflict. It's just the 60 buyer, the intraday buyer here. It's not a weekly or monthly buyer. And that's how we can see, if we go back, this is how we can see when we look at those, those big orders. One decision across hours or days, right? So like what does an order placed across weeks look like or across the days look like? Well, the week would be red if they're selling and they're doing it aggressively. So when this is red, you have all week where they might be doing that. Same thing with the month, right? Right when the new month opens, all month. So since that's still going on, they're still selling this month and this week. They still have those algorithms on. They're just not on right now. We have to mine the flip. We got about 7 minutes. We did go into the highs, but every bar always confirms or negates. So right now, what we know is true is that daily buyer did buy into the new highs aggressively. However, if it comes back and it reverses, which would happen below here, 551, it's nowhere near doing it yet at this point. If it were to take that out, that daily buyer would be forced to sell, and we have those weekly and monthly guys who are selling in favor of that. So if they have more to sell, like if we, I don't even know where it went. Let's see. But if they have more to sell this week, because maybe by the end of the week, they had to get, a certain amount of semis, they have to sell off their sheet. They might start doing that into the end of the day Friday. So I don't know, but what we're going to do is we're going to mine the flip. When the new 30 opens, they might have a 2230. We're still nowhere near taking the lows of this out. So it's going to be harder to reverse that, but we're going to mine the flip. Healthcares are going to be going out at the lows, so they might have more to sell there. Materials, there's the 60-minute magnitude, the inside bar reversal back through a range that we identified. That's the first target. Now the question is, are they going to take out the rest of these guys or not? The Utes, still after the gap fill, just kind of sitting there. Staples, after gap fill, didn't quite take this out. You see Costco with very slight profit taking after taking all that out. Yeah, so the docs, they're actually already there. So you can just go here. For the time being, they are just publicly on the website. Going into the next flip, what signals do we have? So we got energies. Notice the monthly buy order started here at the beginning of the month. Boom, they're buying still. You can see they bought the second week of the month, the third week of the month. So we come in here, the day is still 2 up. Price must trade in the direction of most 2s and 2s going 3. So for a 2 going 3 month, a 2 up week, a 2 up day, and we are a inside bar, if this breaks up, potentially, you're going to take out anyone short against this and anyone short against this, and you would have full time frame continuity with those bigger orders to go with it. You got XOP setting up the 2-2 reversal into full time frame continuity as well. And that's going to be things like MPC, the rev strat, just like semis, right? If we go on semis, that rev strat 30 right here, breaking up into that. MPC has that on the 60-minute, similar condition, except it has more evidence technically. It's got some distance to take the highs out, but that's a good thing. If we go to VLO, you're going to see inside 60 setting up. Same thing, got long green bars. That's what we look for. PSX, you're going to have the hammer rev strat in here as well. Dyno is going to have the double inside 60 here into full time frame continuity. Oxy, it's not quite as strong this week. But you see across the board all those energies. So when I go to the platform here, simultaneous setup energies, simultaneous setup oil and gas exploration. Tells me exactly what we already said, because I already knew to be looking there. But you're going to see the same stuff that we already discussed here. So into the flip, those are the two things you'd want to be looking for. Those energies and those XOPs. You can see real estates, they're coming in too. So they're selling off those defensive stuff still, which, that's kind of the hint. If they're selling all the defensive stuff, it's more than likely that they still buy the tech and semis. They're trying to rotate back into it. Now, is that rotation successful? We'll see. We still have magnitude to go. So we'll definitely want to see if they've got more to buy. You'll see stuff like AMD. This would be corrective activity here against the day in the 60. Then it's going to set up an inside bar here on the 5-minute, right on the new 60 open if they're going to keep buying that. So we'll see if they continue the semis and change what they're doing in the energies. Gonna take a look at crowd. Yep. So crowd, it's 2 up month. It's already a 3 on the week. It's already a 3 on the day. So you just got exhaustion stuff. Because you're at all-time highs, you're already a 3 on the week and the day. So the broadening formation is already completed this week. So if you look in here, you're going to see beautiful stuff. But it's stuff that's already completed. So you'll see lower lows right here, wham, all the way to the highs. Then they come back in. Then you'll see they go stuck in the middle, lower low, higher high. Then they're stuck inside of that. So you're probably just done for the week. Next week, we'll see, maybe get some inside bars to break out of. But what I would say is on the long-term side of things, the hack ETF was a really strong, was a strong one this morning and strong this month. While the market's been weak in tech and semis, the cybersecurity has not been so weak. Which is a good thing. And since we already know what we're going to do, I'm going to take this 2 minutes and I want to show you. Because we had the guy before asking about entries and exits. Entries and exits come from the reversals. So if I say inside signal, you already know the entry exit. I don't have to tell you. Which is why this strat's beautiful, because we can speak very clearly about what's happening with no subjective opinion, only facts. Just facts. So the reason the simultaneous break is so important, which maybe we'll talk about after we get the next flip here, is because it's objective and it allows you to pick up on those algorithms. So like when we look at materials, when that goes inside down, if we go to live and we go to XLB materials, every single one hit the bid. So guess what? Algorithms told to sell materials and do it right now. Now, some of them more than others. And if you can identify that condition when those algorithms are told to do something, you can also line them up with conditions where it will speed up. And that speeding up is when you go through a ton of pivots, go back through a range, or when you have full time frame continuity. So here's the new flip, mine the flip. You got inside fiver semis to try and get them ripping again potentially. Right on the flip. Technologies have inside fiver up, so they're still selling defensive going into tech and semis. We got those outside days at 179.48 to go after. We would like to see that happen. Technically, we would say NVIDIA is one of the stronger ones if you're trying to identify strength, along with Anyone else above the weekly opens, like ASML? We go in here right now. Staples, 2 down again. So that algorithm is still in there for now. Utilities, 2 down again. They're going outside day in there to the downside. Holy moly, I'm getting a ton of notifications. All right. You see AMD goes inside 5 or down on the flip. 15ers down on the flip. So they're taking some profit to start off in AMD. And if you look in here on the 60, notice how everything resets. This is what we mean when we say each 60 is a new day. Everything just reset. All that evidence we had before disappears, gone. So now you got some home builders that are still following through. You got some Dow Jones, JP Morgan in your financials. Let's see. But a little bit of selling. It's nowhere near the daily open. So Dow Jones is just a little bit weaker there. This is probably my favorite part of the whole website that I'm working on here. This is awesome. So we can look at Gen, double inside 60 up with full time frame continuity. However, inside month, inside week, so probably not going anywhere. Going nowhere slowly. You see home builders XHB still going down off the shooter 3-2-60s from the second 60 of the day. So you go to Lennar, still selling it down, and then inside. So it firmed up a little bit. Home Depot, they're coming back in still. Lowe's, still. DHI, still coming back in. PHM. So all those home builders, they're really slow, but they're moving down. For now, indexes, if we go to SPY, you still have this mother bar issue. 3 hours stuck inside the morning range. That is a mother bar problem. You're having issues. Hughes is at least taking out the highs. Dow Jones, mother bar issue, right? First hour of the day, and then the flip. What do? The first hour, it gaps down. They're like, algorithms, buy, Dow Jones, do it right now. Do it as aggressively as you could possibly do it. Wham. Then, turn them off. Do nothing, right? They're not doing anything. Healthcares are still following through at the home builders to the downside. Materials still following through, utilities, staples. So we can see all those reconfirm. So when we go back into here, utilities, healthcares, Dow Jones a little bit, which when you look at Dow Jones, it would be inside 60 down. So maybe that can help get the Dow Jones to move, but it's still mother bar issues. But we can see all of those sectors that they were selling before, they're still selling, but we don't have the evidence of them buying the semis anymore. So that changes a little bit of what we know, right? The market just got a lot weaker as far as evidence is concerned. Now the semis are not going down. So we can't say they're going down. But what we can say is they're also not going up at this point. They're just consolidating. So that makes it easier for the market to puke. So it'd be easier to get SPY to reverse this just because there's nothing going up. Same with Dow Jones. Goes 2 hour inside bar, breaks down. It would be easier to puke. It's nowhere near taking this out, but they are coming back in. And IWM, right? There's still some distance. So a little bit of a chop shop, still seeing that same rotation. And you can see utilities. Wham! 2 down continuation. Those algorithms are still told to sell utilities, as far as we know. We go to industrials. And maybe it's easier if you look like this, right? Sell industrials. They start on the last hour. They're following through this hour. Still selling. Not everything. CMI, not so much. But most of that industrial ETF. We go Dow Jones. Dow Jones. You can see they're not selling everything. NVIDIA is still firm. So semis, there still is a bid in there. It's not going down. CVX Energy's still a bit firmer. But the other half of the Dow is going down. So Walmart with your Costco. And in direct conflict with Dow Jones going down would be CRM, IBM, Microsoft. So we call that natural buying. Dow Jones is pretty much all going down. At least a chunk of it is. But when we go to Microsoft, inside 60 up. So what are they doing? Monthly, weekly buyer coming in here buying Microsoft while the market's going inside 60 for now. So that actually gives some evidence to the Qs, increases the evidence for the Qs. Now, is it going to change anything? It might change the day. It's still going to be dojis on this. So we'll see. But financials, they came back to sell some more financials as well. So wow, they're still just pounding everything that's not tech and semis. Hack ETF names, Gen is breaking, S is breaking, Zscaler's breaking, Okta's breaking. So they're buying some of the hack ETFs. Net's pretty close to breaking. Most of these are pretty green on the day. A lot of them are already outside days, so you're going to have less magnitude on them, but it's confirming what we could see in the semis with the outside days. Isn't it impressive how timed up the whole market is, though? First hour of the day, right? We had those 15ers and 30s, so it's a little more volatile. Second hour, nothing. Third hour, they turn the algorithms on, buy all the semis. Right here, it opens up. Boom. That was it, right? For 1 hour. Crazy. Materials from the 60s down back to their previous range. Still going for the outside day. You got all these pivots here. Those algorithms still told to sell the materials. And now it's full time frame continuity. Month, week, day, 60, all red. Now it's not the biggest mover in the world, but going down with all the other stuff. McDonald's flipped the monthly red. Do shortening ranges matter? Do you mean tightening ranges? Hood and Western Digi, sure. So Hood, weekly magnitude, gap or hits it on the gap down. So exhaustion risk. Then they went 2-2, 2-2. So they are buying some Hood on the gap down. Now, if they're going to fully recover that, though, you'd have to get back into all this stuff here. So you can see they still got some distance to try and get back in there. Home Builder still hitting the lows. Let's see, McDonald's flipped the month red. It did 2 up, 2 down on the gap up, 2 down. That's still selling McDonald's. 2 down, still selling McDonald's. So you see they sold all day. They started at the open. They're selling. Yeah, they are selling this month. You're probably going to set up a momentum shooter. McDonald's was the example from the Mother Bar reclaim. You can see this. 3, 1, 1, 2. Then it reverts back to a 1. Then 2, there it is. And then wham. You said, I'm loving it. Yeah. SPY still a 1. Q still a 1. Dow 2 down. IWM still a 1. This is a mess. And it's crazy, right? The fact that semis isn't going down, yet everything else is, literally means the market's consolidating. Because somehow, right? Yeah. Tightening ranges matter because that's where the broadening formation restarts. And it's not always, you're not always going to see it as an inside bar, but like this. You see this doji here? This is a broadening formation because they sold it down and they bought it up and it didn't go anywhere. So it could be an inside bar, it could be a doji, it's going to be the same idea. So if we look in this, you can see it goes down, makes low day, reverses up, doesn't hit its target. Then it goes 3, starting the new broadening formation. So this is that tiny little range. So a tightening range is just a smaller series of broadening formations. Then you'll see the slightly higher. So this is that tightening range. It's a consolidation, but it's a broadening formation. So that's how you time the breakout. So you've heard us say, it's like, don't trade it, don't get stuck trading inside bars. True. But if you can cause it to break the inside bar, you can trade it. So if we look at this, why did that happen? It went 2 up in red, where? Top of the broadening formation. And then it went 2 down, that's a reversal. And then it formed a shooter, momentum shooter signal. 2 down, that's a reversal continuation. Wham! Takes out anyone that's got stops against this stuff. Then it goes 2 down, but green, so some profit taking. Then it goes 2 down, it's still going down, and there it is. You're now outside the broadening formation. And this little tightening range broke out. And then as long as it stays down there, your short's up there, so you don't have to get out. You're good. Then you can see 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, reversal. That's read reduce. $100,000 monthly fee for fast feed of President's Post. Anyone up to go halvesies on it? That's hilarious. Materials, still taking them out. Staples still down. Ute still down. Gosh, wild. Like if we go to the equal weight SPY, look at the equal weight SPY. Do you see this? They're taking out the morning lows right now. So most of the SPY is going down. The thing that's not going down is like, NVIDIA and AMD, they're sideways. So the market's not puking. SNDK, MU, they're sideways, so the market's not puking. Isn't that wild? And this is why trading just futures kind of sucks. Because like if you traded just futures, they're doing nothing right now. SPY's chopping you up for 3 hours. But if you see utilities gap up and they start coming back, you could be trading that. Or if you see staples, right? You could be trading that. Because they're actually going somewhere. AMD starting to kick back in with an outside bar. So this shows you that aggressive buyer did come back. They're willing to sell down and buy up. So the question is, if they're going to sell literally, again, we go back here. What do we know is true? They're selling everything, and they're trying to rotate into some of the semis. We also have some of the OIH breaking, just like 3 names, so not much. If it's true, they're going to sell everything and just put all their money back in semis again. We would want to see that, try and get out of here. We'd have the potential 2215 up. And if we don't see that, and they start selling the semis down, then that could turn into, pretty big issues. Because at that point, you'd have the whole market going down, which would not be good. Energies on the flip, you can see we did not get the 60 breaks. They didn't show up on the list, so it is what it is. You see MPC went inside. VLO did go 2, but it came back. So there were some breaks, but not enough for us to see it come up to the top. If we go in here, XLE? It's not even showing up here. There's no evidence on energies. There's a few solars taking out the morning highs. Really about it. So AMD 325ers could be 2215ers. If they're going to try and get going again, that would be how they do it. And if not, it's going to be big issues because we have almost nothing going up. There's some solars, some semis that are breaking 2s up now. A few Dow Jones names. but the majority is not. Definitely not. So you can see these are in the initial semis breaking just as continuation. ARM, AVGO, Cruise, MPWR, MU. So some of your bigger names. Cuervo still coming back up through here. Slow and steady. It's one of the more illiquid ones, but it's the strongest stuff we see on the day with Cruise. We go on Cruise. Or not Cruise, Cuervo and what? SWKS. There it is. See SWKS going to high day off the inside day, leading the semis, albeit slightly. Healthcare is going to start coming back through these pivots. And these pivots, when you pair them with, what those algorithms are doing, what happens is it removes liquidity from them. So if they're aggressively selling and hitting the bid and we hit this and this and this and people have stops there, what happens is it goes wham because you remove liquidity from those execution algorithms, which is pretty neat. So we'll see if that happens. Take them all out. You can see semis with AMD, they go inside 15 up. So there's some type of buyer trying to take the offer here. But is that enough to try and change what these 60s are doing? We still don't got much going on. We go solars, you have almost the whole solar ETF now starting to go. You see there's a few inside bars. Most of this is continuation because solars have been moving with those semis. You got a few more semis starting to break. What? NVIDIA, SWKS, just one of the stronger ones. And if we go on a 15 basis, you're going to see all the 15ers have broken. So we're picking up on that. It's just want to see all the big ones go. MU high day, yep. Yes, sir. And the way you can think of this is if we go in here, this is all the daily charts. So these are the ones they're buying today. Go on the 60, these are the ones they're buying right now, which is everything. And the 30, the 15, these are all going to be the same. So, a little bit of buying, but they got to follow through on that. Tell them to get. SPY broke up with it, so they're buying Qs, semis, SPY. For those that are trading the simultaneous 60s, semis would be a 2 here. We have 41 minutes to go. So this inside 60 setup that we pointed out on the second hour of the day broke higher, and it's considered still good as prices higher low, higher low, higher low. So if we're going outside day, it's still good. We've got until the end of the day, which is what, 3 hours and 10 minutes. So we'll see. They're still leading. You got XLK starting to get in there, so it's a lot more of the, we would say, lesser knowners as far as tech is concerned. You see like Adobe, EPAM, CTSH, ACN, IT, Oracle still grinding back. So that's good. We still see them selling this stuff going into the tech, which is less defensive posturing, more aggressive, like let's go into the higher risk stuff. That's the algorithm that or the play that they're running. Still selling healthcares. Materials, you got some seller exhaustion, so they might be done selling materials. Staples, they're still selling staples at the lows. The Utes, still selling that at the lows as well. Home builders, a little seller exhaustion down there as well. SPY, they're still not willing to break that equilibrium. You got 3 hours in there. Dow Jones, still nothing. And IWM did go 2s up on the 60s. Kind of a wait in the game at this point to see if they want to keep going after it. I traded that simultaneous 60 break in semis on the gap down buy. And I traded Dow Jones on the gap down buy this morning. Mostly just due to liquidity. Some of the other stuff is less liquid for options. We do have a lot of we do have shares traders as well. So we're going to talk about everything. So now we got simultaneous break. So we can see here, SPY, Qs, IWM, they're all going in the same direction. All the indexes confirm the tech and semis. So SPY, the buyer takes the offer above the morning highs. It's a good thing, but it's got to stay up there. The tech, the semis, all following through on our simultaneous break to buy, taking out those morning highs. That's all good stuff. You see AMD takes them out on the 15, so that's good. And then it's got to stay up there. Cuervo's go into the highs. SWKS go into the highs. So if we look in here, with that little extra push that we got, we've got a little bit more evidence coming up into the top of the list here. All the solars, you'd say like probably like 2/3 of the tech, about half of the semis, a little over half of the bots. So it's not everyone still. We want to see everyone, but it's a little bit better. Dow Jones on the 30s, they still are 2 down, so they'd have to negate in about 7 minutes. And we can see healthcares, we were talking about before. When you come through these pivots, you'd expect it to speed up. So to show you what we're saying is true. Notice, though, they take out the pivot, then they stop some guys out, and then right here, 2-2, wham, comes back through these guys. And it's doing that because as it's going through here, stops are going off, which is causing it to gap down intraday, like this. Is everyone's like, get me out of this thing, get me out. And then once that's done, it's an order vacuum. So the first guy that goes to start taking profit, all those stops are gone now. It'll pop back up in there and stop more guys out. Did SPY break it? No. Missed it by 1 penny. So we still have these 3 in here. We need them to be willing to pay up. I thought it did break it. That's my bad. My eyes might be going a little bad there. You see Microsoft off the inside 60 did break up now at the daily open, which could turn into full-time for continuity up. However, it's inside month. It's a doji on the day, so I don't have to change that. Utility still at the lows. Staples still making new lows with Costco still down there, with Walmart still down there. Coke still getting destroyed. Look at that. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do I mean? What do I mean about what? Got about 5 minutes on those 15 signals and semis. AMD's right up against those highs, which is good. You see SPY, I thought they broke it, but they are still 3 hours inside of this. So if we look at the broadening formation and how much it's grown, it was about this big before. Now it looks like this. Slight higher high, then they come back in. So SPY, what we would say is the buyers were too weak. They're supposed to take this out. Its price is supposed to make higher highs to this stuff. But since they didn't, the buyers were too weak to actually do it, which you could say is a failure to take it out. So if the buyers are too weak, the question is, what do the sellers have to say about that? They go 225er. They're starting to take some profit off those highs, which is going back through a range of all this stuff. So if that were to work, you would gauge the magnitude down to here. And since it's still inside, it's riskier to trade off of those internals, but that's what we see. And that'd be to take this out, 7464 on the SPX. Dow Jones still 2 down. Financials still 2 down. Pretty much all those boring stuff, they're still just hitting them. If you're making high day on the tech, you can see they take them up. 225ers, so they take some profit. And whenever we're at high day, we just want to be aware that it's the shorter term, intraday exhaustion risk. So we had this stuff to come back through E4, they took them out, but that was it. Bought for 15 minutes. And now we got the new 15ers coming shortly. And we'll have to see if they confirm those 60s twos up or if they try to negate. You see AMD after making the slight higher high, negating what that 15er was doing and setting up the potential for that 15er to reverse in the second 15, or no, yeah, second 15 of the 30. So we go in here. You see they go 2 down, 2 up, taking the 60s out, but didn't go anywhere. And then closer to going 2 back down, which would be a reversal to take this back out. Then you'd have the Rev Strat in SPY here. In about a minute, that could kick in through all of these guys if we go 2-2-15 shooter. And if that's true, it should technically go right away if it's going to break and go. So we're going to mine the new 15s. If we look at Qs, also has that little shooter. So if that does kick in, that could be issues. Now Qs is still the stronger of the bunch. So doesn't change that those 60s are uptrending. For about 30 seconds. And the only reason, so this day is bright green, the only reason we would go against that would be for 15 minutes if that's in force. Because when you have all these targets here, if this works and it takes this out and then this out, and it could take them all out in one bar, which would be crazy, right? But that's possible when you have all those lined up. So we're going to mine the flip of the new 30, second 30 of the 60 to confirm or negate. On the flip, you can see that should have broken right here if they were going to puke. So they go inside and they stay firm. So they could try and re-break those highs, or they're just going to be chopping them up in the middle. Q's still stays good. AMD does not reverse, so that stays good for now. Marvell still breaking through the highs here, so that one's also reconfirming. So the chips, we don't see any reversals there. So that keeps the chips firm. And SPX, we didn't see that reverse either. So that keeps SPX firm. Cuervo confirms the highs almost at 85, which is the option strike, the closest one. So we can see on semis, they bought the previous 15. They did not reverse. They go 2 up again. They're buying still, reconfirming that 60 simultaneous break still as a gap down buy. You look at healthcares, they're still right at the lows. Materials, still good on those 60s at the lows with the Utes, still going outside day off the 2260s. Staples, still 260s, just turning down. With your Costco still at the lows. Walmart's still going down, and Coke still just getting destroyed. So, nothing's really changing. Lennar makes more lows, and there's your outside day in Lennar from your 3-2 shooter we identified on that second 60 of the day. Did what it was supposed to. DHI also did what it was supposed to by doing that. KBH just went outside day as well. So you got the home builders coming into their magnitudes, their targets. AVGO, you can see they're ripping back through, and we got all these pivots in here to speed that one up. It's at 377. Still have 3 hours left in the day, so if that's going outside day, I bet those options are probably not pricing it in completely, especially if we can get some triangle day out or some shorter term stuff. But currently, they're just going 2s to the highs, marching them up. Apple, let's see. Yeah, a little late to it because green month, green week, 2 going 3 day, yes. But since you only have that outside day as magnitude, and that's going to be it, you have no other magnitudes here, you would have ideally wanted to get all of that if you're going to hit it, but Staples still making low day. Healthcare's, there it is, making more further lows. All the data centers with the semis are all hitting high of day. SMH, another high of day. So we go back to all those semis we identified on the previous hour. They're all, for the most part, confirming to the upside. See, pretty much all of them. Marvell, SMCI, and PWR, through the list, go through pretty much the whole thing. It's just any semi. And this is what we would pick up on as algorithmic buying. If they're buying everything, they're buying everything. Right? That's what a buy would look like. And you got the bots, the robotics ETFs, doing pretty much the same thing. So they're all confirming each other with tech. You see it's starting to broaden a bit. So you got more, if we go in here, you got more of that going up. Only about 3 things that aren't going up in tech. So that's what a buy looks like. You can't get any clearer than that. I want to see if AVGO can get that outside day. Those cheapo option lottos at like 380 calls they're really cheap. Got about 22 minutes left on the 60s. You see healthcare is like we're trying to show you as the price is actually going. Notice when this is ripping back through and it's taking this out, starts taking all these guys out, how it speeds up coming back through these guys. All the stops getting triggered while the market's actually recovering on SPY. Or on the Qs, more specifically. We're still not out of the woods yet. Oops, let's pull this up. Looks like they're done selling materials. It's like home builders are also starting to come back just a little bit after all those hit their outside day targets. Four of the last 8 days, Apple's an outside bar. Let's see it. Nope. What? 4 of the last 8 days, Apple is an outside bar. 4 of the last. Oh, you mean 8 bars? Yeah. 3, 3 goes up. 3, 1, 3. Yeah. And what you call that is a battleground, right? It goes up or it goes down. Buyers take the offer. Goes up. Sellers hit the bid. Goes down. Buyers start taking the offer. Right? And they're just jamming them around in here. So look at this. This is why the strat's beautiful. 2-2 in here, all the way back up. 2-2 at the top, all the way back down. 2-2 back up, all the way back up. 1-3-2 at the top, all the way down, about 89% of the range, right? Then they go back up, inside bar, all the way back down. 2-2 back up, almost all the way back up, right? Misses by a penny here. And then they have the 2-2 back down, all the way back down in here, and then starts this one. It's beautiful. And this is why when you're in trading consolidation or tighter stuff, you get destroyed, right? If you're in here and you're trying to buy the break of the highs and sell the break of the lows, that's the worst trade, right? You buy the highs, it goes the other way. Sell the lows, goes the other way. Buy the highs, goes the other way. You're just going to get destroyed. So you want to know broadening formations exist, that's for sure. Cuervo above 85 now. That's pretty nice. Wonder if they got more in the tank. You see SWKS also gunning as well. SPY is inside 5 up. It's trying to break out that equilibrium. Just needs 1 penny above, 747.27 to break it finally. And then what we're going to want to see is, well, when you consolidate like this, notice the broadening formation we've drawn out. If we break above that, it better go. Because if it doesn't, you reclaim it, and then all of a sudden you're coming back through all this stuff. Now, since they're selling off, right? Like we said this morning, pre-market, or it might have been slightly after the market open. But we said, if we start to see them selling off staples and Utes, more than likely they're going to start that rotation back in the tech and semis. So that was something we'd want to monitor. They've sold the staples the last 3 hours. Gap up into exhaustion risk, sell it back down. You go to utilities, they've sold that, at least the last 2 hours, probably the last 3 hours here. Gap it up, sell it back down. Gap up, sell. So since they're doing that, I think it makes it more likely that we would actually start to see the market recover. Now, in order to do that, we're going to need more stuff to firm up, start helping out. So when we go to the SPY, it's like, what inside the SPY could we get to firm up into the next hour, into the latter part of the day to help out? Well, we have semis, we have tech, we have miners, solars, cybersecurities, almost every single one. Uraniums, almost all of them. Drones, almost all of them. ARC-X. So what if we look over here on this side of the chart? Is there any of this stuff that could firm up to start confirming the SPY to the upside? Well, Dow Jones, not very many setups here. There's AXP, so maybe financials. And it'd actually probably be easier to just go to simultaneous setup. So you look in here, these are the things that aren't going down right now. Gold, metal, oil services. And then setting up to the upside, you can see all the home builders. So after we pointed out there's some exhaustion risk there, after all those outside days, home builders might firm back up. So let's take a look there. So on the 60s, and most of these are momentum shooter. So there's not really much to talk about there as far as setups. Maybe healthcares? Not really. Materials? You got some of the rare earth stuff. FCX, copper. Gold miners and stuff are still pretty firm. Industrials, yeah, I mean, a chunk of them are going up. The rest are momentum shooter. So there's still not much extra that we can say we're going to have, because everything confirms or negates. So what we want to think is, in order to get SPY to start breaking out, we're probably going to need more in tech and semis to go up to do that. So since we don't have that, Qs and stuff can go up perfectly fine, but it's probably not going to spread over into the SPY. Now what we're seeing right now is 3-2-5ers down. This is trying to come back through all these guys, so that is some trouble there for SPY, because that's pivot machine gun. We know if we start coming back through and taking out a lot of these pivots, it will speed things up a lot. But when things happen matters. We still got 15 minutes till the end of the hour. So maybe on the 60 flip, if things do weaken, we could hit all of this stuff for 0 DTEs. That'd be really fun. Utilities making more lows, almost an outside day. Staples still going for the outside day as well. Costco still not outside day. It's got some distance. Walmart is getting pretty close to doing it. Coke is just demolished. Gap up sell. Look at that. Takes the week out, takes the month out. Everyone out. So Kaizen, are you taking signals into full time from continuity? Not always. Okay, that's fine. I only ask because the ones that are designed to go instantaneously are the signals into full time from continuity, because you have the evidence to say like everyone's buying and it just reversed, and whoever's short here, they got to get out. Now, when you don't have it, you can still say the same things. We just can't say it's full time from continuity. But like to give you, we had a ton of good examples yesterday. But so like if we have the 60 day at least, when it comes to like why are you taking it, you have to know why and how long you've got. So if we look at this 2 up in red day, anytime the day is red here, we know for a fact outside bars exist. So where's it going? Anytime it's below this, 84.03, 1 penny below that. So if you're a 30-60 guy, if this goes, let's say inside 30 down and you hit the bid and then it stops you out, but then it re-breaks, is it still doing that today below this open? Yes. So get back in. How do we know to do that? We know to do that because a winner would look like it breaks this level and it closes down here, which means we want to be short below that level. We don't want to be short above it. We want to be short below it. So if you get in and it stops you out, but you have every reason to believe that's happening still, get back in. And if you don't have every reason to believe it's happening, then maybe we just need to add more evidence to what you're doing. But that's like the rough idea. You can stop out and get back in. The tight stops are designed for learning. Because if you're learning, you don't want to lose all your money. So you use shares, you trade tight stops. You come in, you lose all your trades, and you lose $4. No one else can do that. Every other strategy, you go in, you're going to lose all your money. The strat, though, you go in, use tight stops. You're either in or you're out. And if you have a bad day, you lose a couple dollars. And you can trade fractional shares and do that on a lot of platforms too. Once you understand what you're doing, we widen the stop to the reversal against. So if we know semis is a simultaneous inside 60 here, you can buy it and say, if it doesn't reverse, I'm in. Why? Algorithms were told, buy semis, take the offer, do it aggressively, and do it all together, the whole ETF. So it shouldn't reverse. How are you going to reverse the whole ETF? It's really hard to do that. The same way, like if we go to the year right now, see all these semis right now? Even though the semis have been down, look at the year. See how it's all green still? So because when you pull up the year, and these aren't going to be correct, But let's just imagine we have long green bars, right? You're nowhere near reversing the year. Now, it's not to say it can't come back in, but you can widen the stop and just let it go. So when you see a whole sector break, which is what we're tracking here, we've been tracking it all morning. When we say, hey, Staples, the whole sector, go like this. Like, hey, Staples, the whole sector just reversed, every single one of them. It would be sell, hit the bid, do it in Staples, and then just wait. Let it go 2, 2, 2, 2, 2 until it reverses. You don't have a tight stop on that because you have every reason to know it's going down for sure. It's not a guess. It's like for sure they're going down. Or the same thing in the semis. When every semi goes inside 60 and then breaks up, for sure they're going up. Now, some breaks will be stronger than others, but that applies to everything. So we go in here, we go to 60. It's like this goes inside, it breaks. It's 558 to, it goes 10 points. So it's still pretty good, right? It's not the craziest stuff in the world. But if it was going to get crazy, it would go 2, 2, 2, 2, outside day, 2, outside week, right? And it would keep going. Now we're just running out of time. We only got a couple hours left, but they're still going. So the ideal scenario would be like the hack ETF the other day. Let me show you. So we had it on our nightly list in the Discord. We go here, we go to the daily. I believe it's this one. So look at this. So see how crowd when this broke, that was at 191 was the fill. And it's the fill, right? And the same thing, this was on the gap. So that's the open. But Sentinel off the inside day, the fill was 1873. The number up here is how far it went before it reversed. So this went 14%. It did most of that in one day. So notice this day breaks, lasts all day. The reason, it's like, why would this explode? Why would you expect that? It was on the nightly list. Because that fill happened at the week, actually it was above the weekly open, turnaround Tuesday. That fill happened, and these months are a little messed up, but it happened above these monthly opens in all these guys. And it happened above the quarter opens, it happened above the year opens. So when that broke, everyone's a buyer. These guys shorted. They have stops against this stuff. So if everyone's buying aggressively and these guys have stops here, it should instantly go. The hammer should break and instantly go. Here and here, the inside bar should break and just go. Octa, the 322 should break and it should just go. Zscaler, it should just go. PanW, it should just go. And that's exactly what they did. They open up and all of them broke at the same time. So that same thing that we see here with full time frame continuity as a simultaneous break can happen intraday. Now today we don't have a lot of full time frame continuity because we have the gap down buy, we have the gap up sell. But because of the gaps, we can do that same thing, that same simultaneous break against the gap. We can trade with the daily continuity level. And it's due to the fact that when we look at a gap, it opened into the bottom of a broadening formation, which means when it reverses, it's a reversal from a lower low. So we're timing it properly. This hammer forms right when that breaks, wham, for 30 minutes. Then they take profit, then they're done. Then it goes down, this hammer forms, the day is still green, right there, wham. And then it grinds up, grinds up, grinds up. Entries you would take. Most of this stuff's all continuation now. We had these inside 60 signals on all the semis. They're already going. You see market indicators all going inside 60s together. So we're going to monitor that dollar. If the dollar breaks down, that would help out. If it breaks up, not so much. But you'll see the VIX products setting up to go down as well, which would help the market rally if they're selling the VIX off. It looks like all the precious metal stuff. So we had that inside 60 simultaneous break here and all the precious metals we pointed out. And then they have another inside 60 that's setting up as well in all the precious metals. Looks like the energy is what? Inside down on XLE, but starts recovering. So you got a lot of the energy setting up some hammers into the next flip. And these guys are still in conflict with their daily opens, so it'd have to change that. So they'd have 1 hour to change that if XLE can break. So we look in here. Maybe it goes inside down for a penny lower, and then it breaks this to try and come back through here. But you can see that day is still red. So it's got some distance to actually make that change. If we go to VLO, a little different. It's got momentum hammered to change the day here. It's a bit stronger. MPC did rev strat, but it's got momentum hammer here. About US oil. US oil is outside day up. So you got some energy buyers in there. You'll see oil, 2 going 3 month, 2 up week, outside day, and then 2 up 60. So that should help out. So we might have all the energies kick in on the flip. That's something that we could be looking for. Technologies still going. EMD just blew through the highs. Whoever that seller was at high day, they're gone. This has always puzzled me. What's puzzled? It looks like XOP names are going to be the stronger of the bunch as we go into the flip. XOP is a 2 up, so these are going to be all closer to continuing in the energies. The rest of the XLE is a little bit more conflicted. Some are closer to breaking, some aren't. So you can see like XOM, it's like nowhere near any signals or setups or anything. Normally energy going up makes gold go down. So that's one of the combinations you could be looking at. Healthcare is almost finishing out the targets here off the inside 60 reversal. And there it is. Takes them all out. It's still a 2 up red day, so we could get the outside day, but the flip is in a minute. So on the flip, on the semis, right, we've had this buyer in here for 2 hours now off the inside 60 up. They went 2 up again. We want to see, does that confirm? Is the buyer still here, or is it negate? Qs. You see they've been going 2s up as well. We want to see if that confirms or negates. They did fill the gap. And then Dow is still mother bar issues. IWM did go 2 up here with the Qs in the semis. We want to see if that confirms back through this stuff as a continuation. And SPY, still 3 hour inside bar to this. So we want to see if we can break that. And here's the flip. You can see right on the flip, everything resets, but then staples, they're still selling all the staples. Semis, AMD, ENTG, NXPI, Cuervo, SMCI, SWKS, they're still buying the semis right on the flip. So all the 60s reconfirming to start off. You see the bots ETF, they're all confirming on the flip as well. Some of the drones, very few of the tech. So mostly your semis and your bots. Hack ETF names. You're going to see Okta from the 60 reversals also confirming, QLYS confirming, FTNT, NET. So across the board. XOP, you got Fang reversing, Tutu reversal. Oxy continuing. So you got a few of those names throwing up in some of those energies. It's not everyone, though. For now, SPY's inside 60. Q's goes inside 60 at the highs. Dow goes inside 60. And then IWM goes inside 60, but closer to a 2 to the upside to reconfirm. Financials did firm up. So they were puking before in financials. Now they're firm. Materials also firmed up a bit as well. Nowhere near 2 down. Utilities go inside bar firming up. Staples are still a 2. So the market does firm up a little bit more than it was before. However, staples, utilities, that stuff firming up could cause some of that profit taking in tech on the flip. Google RevStrat 60 down money. It reconfirmed, but we still have this mother bar issue. So you see you had the slight higher high, and then you're going to have that slight lower low. You got to get out of this. This would be a really tight broadening formation restarting there. So you got to pop out of that. If you look at Dow Jones, you have the hammer 15 here coming back through this broadening formation. So if it's above that, technically, they're trying to rotate back into that potentially. That day is still very green. The month is still green. So it's the daily, the monthly, and the intraday 60 guys. It's only got 10 minutes on it, but maybe it causes a 30. Still mother bar issues, which we don't prefer. But you can see if we look at financials, all these pivots down and then it reverses. So anyone selling short in this stuff, that would force them to start taking profit on the 30. And there's a lot of financials in Dow Jones. Look, there's a few in there, but JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs firm up a little bit. Microsoft on that inside 60 from the bottom of the range, they're still climbing back. They did change the day, but at this point, they are a doji on the day. Google has the higher high. Yeah, well, they are going to be slightly different because one has voting rights and the other does not. Let's see. Yeah. That 1 penny does matter, right? 5 cents. Because what that shows you is someone actually bought right there. So whoever that was, I don't know how much they bought, but it probably wasn't much. And you got the broadening formation. So yeah, that gives you the reason that it could take that out. On the flip, semis, you got this inside bar, which could trigger down on the 15. So that would cause some profit taking with the 60, the day, the month. So notice, right on the flip, that weekly, monthly 60 guy coming and countering what that daily guy's doing. That matters. And we already have all that stuff going down previously. So SPX, this inside 30, that's really going to matter. Because SPX is a little bit weaker. It did not have the semis and stuff to help out. Mind blowing. Yeah, it is mind blowing stuff. So for now in the 60s, we got a few twos up, still a little bit more twos down. A lot of things are still a one. So if we look at the semis, still inside on the 60, so it's not a reversal of this. The 15 takes that out, which is the magnitude, to go 1 penny below that, goes 7 pennies below. But they still have all these other targets if that seller's got any more they want to take profit on. SPY is taking the 30s down, still an inside 60. Healthcare's just made another 2 down on the 60s. Materials go 230s down, confirming the 60s down from earlier. And then Utes and Staples, they're inside on the Utes, but they're still not going up. Was a nice Friday in Palantir. Reps are at 15 and reclaim of the second 60 minute after 11:30. I'm good for the day. Let's see. Reps are at 15. Reclaim of the second 60. The 132. Yeah, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. See the month. You had the week. You had the day. So when that 132 happened, he had. You're going to see. All known groups were a buyer in here with him behind Palantir. So good stuff, Maddie. SPY still pivot machine gun down on the 30s, right below that inside 30 low. Financials, you can see, give back their 30 gains, so they're trying to go 3 now, which is in the direction of what the SPY's doing. For those 0 DTE guys, change the colors of this. And you can see this is what we could consider conflict. The weak and 60 groups are selling against the month and day groups on SPY. However, that monthly opens like right here. So technically that monthly group really hasn't mattered at all. So it's just the week and 60 against the day pretty much. Back through some pivots, which normally speeds it up. So if you go to Qs, just like semis, it's inside down on the 15, going 30s down. So on that new flip here, you can see right on the flip, that's when the algorithms were told sell the Qs, do it this month, do it this week, do it right now. And they're doing that with the semis. That inside 15 down on the flip here through these guys, which is still firmer than the Qs, but it is doing the same thing. So there's some profit taking on this flip. Still, SPY is nowhere near daily open. Qs is nowhere near daily open. So it's just going to be harder to get them to puke besides that pivot machine gun in SPY. That might help them out. At this point, the staples and utilities we're seeing firm up just a tiny bit, not reversing. All right. I just got a call from our developers, so I'm going to have to go and talk with them. But going into the rest of the day, what I would say is mind those 60s. Like we said at the beginning of the day, pre-market, each 60 is a new day to us. Oops. So the question is on SPY, are we going to be able to take this out, the high of day, which we're closer to doing? Or are we going to take this out, low of day? Because anyone that's long today, they got their stops against this stuff or against the lows. Anyone that's short would have their stops against the highs. So we want to take them out to make them do stuff. And what we've seen all day, buying of the Qs and then selling off of the utilities and staples. Right now, as I'm being forced to step away, it's starting to change just a little bit. It's not reversals though. So we got some profit taking on the SPY and the Qs and semis, and then some maybe short covering or that buyer coming back on the staples and the utilities. So you want to watch the relationship of those two, because if they invert what they've been doing, then you may see them going back to sell the tech and semis. Or if we see tech and semis reverse and everything else is still going down, you'd have the whole market going down, and then all of a sudden the indexes would probably be making low a day. So I would keep watching that. And if we just look at this flip, the direction of the most twos, it's kind of tied right now. You got XOP, which is breaking up. So just a little bit of energy buying in there that we said we might see on the flip. It's like FANG with the hammer 60 that kicked in. EQT kicked in. And you see some of the lesser knowners, or less interesting tech and semis, or tech names more specifically, are still going up. So they're still buying some of the lesser known techs or less interesting techs, like GoDaddy, like it's just websites, right? Not semis. And they're buying a little bit of financials, some cyclicals or like blue chip stocks. So they're still kind of just doing this more defensive posturing, at least on this 60 flip. But we're going to want to see, do they reverse the 60s and come back through all this on the Qs? Or do they go back to confirming the day to give us an outside bar? Either of those would be something we'd want to know about. But I've got to peace out. So I will see you guys for those in premium in the weekend vid. And for those subscribed to YouTube, we'll see in the weekend vid, where we're going to talk about what we're looking at up into next week. And the hint is what we've already talked about today. It's probably just going to be the same stuff. But adios, everyone. Have a good rest of your day.